Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Well. Hello and welcome to another beautiful day here in Jeju, WPT Korean Festival, about to get underway here. We're bringing you some live action from the day 2 main event. It's me, Richard Cooper, bringing you all of this jam-packed feature table action. So sit back, relax, get something to drink, and get ready for some high-level poker action. All of these gentlemen managing to get a stack through here to the day 2, qualifying in one of the 3 satellite events, day 1A, day 1B, or day 1C. It happened over the past couple of days. It was a battle and it was a fight. I can promise you that much. We saw a lot of interesting plays go down. And now, out of the 1,065 entrants, we are only left with a field of 321. So today, there will be a lot of knockouts and a lot of sad faces. But at the same time, as you know, there always are some happy faces amongst those sad faces. So let us know in the comments who you have, who you're supporting, and who you hope wins this one. Remember, we are live on Facebook and YouTube, so you can catch this broadcast under either one of those profiles. The buy-in here was a real cool 2,000 US dollars, 2.8 million Korean won. These guys all started with 50,000 in chips. Couple of familiar faces here at the feature today. Gentleman in seat number 7, Mr. Noriadis, managing to bag up 375k, so an impressive showing there in the flight that he did qualify for this day 2 4. He is the table chip leader, in fact, and followed only by Mr. Chen with 343,000. So everybody else definitely with some catching up to do. The short stack at the table, Mr. Daniel Lee, 79k, all that he finds himself with, so just over 1.5 starting stacks. So one would think definitely needs some magic here in the early days, as we do wait for the cards to get into the air. TDs, all of the phenomenal staff here at the WPT Korean, keeping this thing running as smooth as the Titanic. Of course, I'm not talking about the iceberg situation, but before that. And so thank you very much to everybody involved. Shout out to Gab, doing her most on the back end of this one. We appreciate you. It's me, Richard Cooper, bringing you all of this live coverage here for the next 12 hours. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the soothing sound of my beautiful voice, if I may say so myself. Thank you, Mr. Mondello. Filipino flags flying in the chat. And at that, the Filipino superstar himself, first to act here. Gopez 240 behind, so good 5 starting stack. We saw him perform really well in that satellite. Good luck to you, sir. So the big stack here, Mr. Rowlands, will bring the fight to the table as we suspected. Ace 5 from the hijack. Nomiki Takamitsu in the big blind. Only 2 starting stacks, so we'll have to choose hands very carefully to decide to play. Blinds obviously at 1.5k and 3k with that 3k ante. So an expensive pot before anybody V-pips. 7.5k in the middle. So those blinds and antes, very valuable. So the raise and take it by Noriadis. Definitely a very welcome sight, I'm sure. Yamada Kozo, looking down at the church here, early position. We'll open it up for us. Mr. Chen. Looking to dance with the devil here. Pocket sixes. Come along. Set mine. Ooh. Interesting spot there for Daniel Lee. Could have been a nice 3-bet opportunity. And here we have some action brewing, gents and ladies. Mr. Gopez looking down at the fish hooks in the big blind. Big stacks involved in this hand, so we'll come with the 3-bet, and now very, very interesting one here for Yamada Kozo. I guess validity in both options, flat or raise. Let's see what he does decide to go for. It seems like a one-chip call. Six is going to hang around, getting a good price, 5 bigs. Just imagine if that flop doesn't favor Mr. Chen, he gets out the way. Queen 9-5, rainbow. Chen nowhere to hold on to, so one would imagine a bet will get him off this one. Just depends where it comes from. Action on Gopez. Having 3-bet pre-flop. Kozo just flatten. And Gopez decides to check. And now Kozo will take it as a sign to start firing. 26K there. Gopez now severely under-repped here, having checked on the flop. Definitely can't be repping a queen. So maybe just a flat here. Seven of spades, flush draw, present. However, many flush draws that are getting into these parts. Straight draw, of course, with the 10-8, highly unlikely. Quick checks around there. Gilberto must know he has the best hand here, so we'll lead out. Yamada ace high. It's a very small bet there. I Gilberto on about 20% pot. Wow. And here's Yamada. Reaches for the triangle. Is all in here. Big move. Repping that King Jack. However, Gilberto blocking hard. Edalberto. Big decision here for the Filipino superstar. I must say, he does look suspicious. Blocking King Jack, which would be the nuts here. And holds that Jack of clubs. Oh, but not able to find the call. Yamada Kozo, big pickup there. Up to 343K now. And Edalberto Gopez, after that one, takes a bit of a knock. 165K now he finds himself with. Well-timed aggression there. I'm not sure if I'm seeing correctly, but Yamada Kozo with the ace king O again. Wow. So Yamada Kozo must have said his prayers this morning, folks. Has woken up for the second time in a row in the safety of the church of Ace King. Hallelujah. And here is that spot I always mention, defending that raggedy King X in the big blind, always so dangerous. And so, Mr. Zhao Bei, I totally agree with you there, sir. Muck is what you do. And unfortunately there, the double luck of the Ace King not unfolding for Yamada as he had hoped. However, still, good stack there, second in chips now. Time to turn on the gas, sir. Use that big stack. Bully the guys. And make them give you their chips, just like you did back in grade 3. $1.5K, 3K are the blinds. 3K is the ante on the big blind each hand, so 7.5K in the middle, just to start the hand. So these guys all very passive, it seems, in these early days. Somebody needs to take that aggression lead. Can prove pivotal here. Mr. Wu got the crabs in the hijack. Namiki Takamitsu, beautiful name and a beautiful hand for a 3-bet. And I suspect that's what she'll do. Ace deuce, 21K, 3-bet. Beautiful. $87K, all that she does have behind. So maybe something that Wu's considering. However, those threes very dangerous here. Your opponent very likely to be holding a sneaky little ace, even a king, to which your odds are a little bit grim. Good play there by one of the shorter stacks. Managing to add about 50% to his stack, so really nice pickup there by Namiki Takamitsu, up to 40 BBs. Roland's Noriida still on top with the 127 BB, so great stack for him. However, we saw him last time quite relaxed, quite chilled, as you can see. So does he continue to play the chilled man game, or does he decide to pick things up here? Start going for the jugular. Martin Nielsen looking oh so slick in that white Triton hoodie. And I mean, don't get me started on those glasses. The only thing more slick than that is the big slick in his hand. Ace King suited, good enough for the open, I would say. Woo now, market pair again. This time the snowmen. And hold the phone. Filipino superstar himself. I know he flies around the world many, many times a year. And right now, he's got the American Airlines, so strap in, folks. This one's about to take off. Three bet up to 21K. And Nielsen not wasting any time. All in. Woo, probably going to get away from this one, and Gopez should just snap here. There we go. Aces versus the Ace King. Martin Nielsen all in and at risk here. Pretty bad shape. Oh, not anymore. Jack 7, Trey, 2 spades. 9 outs here. Oh, ace. Not one of them. Can he find it on the river? Unfortunately not. And just like that, it is GG to Mr. Martin Nielsen. Well played, sir. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Idalberto Gopez not only is a superstar in the Philippines, but he runs like the sun. And there we go. Unfortunately, you are his first victim. Event. Just like that, folks. You can see never a spot to be comfortable in. Not even with a big stack into day 2 behind the coolest sunglasses at this festival. Shout out to the dealers here at the WPT Korea. So professional, skilled at their trade, and just keeping this thing running smooth as ice. So thank you very much to the dealers and all the staff involved in the Go Team D Camps. And Andrew Diocampo makes another appearance in the chat here. Thank you for your support. And I hope you guys in the chat all enjoyed that action. Gopez, your boy, scooping up a really, really juicy pot there. GGing Mr. Martin Nielsen. Pocket sevens here for Yamada on the button. Unfortunately, finding some resistance in the small blind. Jian Qing coming with ice. Snowmen. And oh, we will hold the phone. Roland's, Noriitis, Ace King O. Not wasting any time. Just going to be all in there. Snapped off there by the eights. Wow. This could be a big one, and just like that, ace 4-3, Noriitis finding top pair. Snowmen in trouble. Big trouble here. And wow, folks, just like that. Like I said earlier, don't take your eyes off the screen for a second or you will miss it. GG to the snowmen. Apologies. Snowmen must have covered Noriitis, so we'll get an update on the chip stacks there in a second. Early days here, the coverage for this day 2. Blind still 1.5 and 3K. Some action-filled hands here so far at this feature. Have to keep those eyes solidly on the screen as the fireworks come hard and come quick here. Alberto, nice hand, nice stack. Dealer feeling rather spicy today and dealing some good hands. Chow Bei with the Cowboys, only 80K behind. $30K is the bet. So let's see what Alberto makes of this 3-bet off the short stack. Ace-8 suited, playing very well post-flop. Just like that, sniffing out the strength in that hand, realizing he must be up against something pretty strong. Can see the Yamada Kozo up top, followed by Alberto Gopez. The support coming through hard here for Idalberto. Ivan De La Cruz. Let's go, Idalberto. Thank you, sir, for showing him your support. He needs some in these dark waters here at this feature table. This dealer dealing up some real interesting hands. King Jack. Oh, for Mr. Gopez. Gets it going here for us. Yamada will open here, King 9 suited. Early position, so Roland's with the suited connector. Roland's with the 3 bet. 18k. There's the sizing. Just around 3x. Nicely timed aggression there. Kozo not willing to see a flop pay that price. $1,065 runners in this one. Juicy prize pool. Still a lot of poker to be played. A lot of players still active in this field. Early days here in the day 2 coverage of the main event, WPT Korea. Live from Jeju. So some blind v blind here. Gopez limping in Chow Bei, definitely both options were on his plate, but decides to check behind. 6-5-3, two spades. Gilberto finding top pair. Interesting looking flop for Chow Bei, so I'm sure he will stick around even if Gilberto does fire here. Third club on the board. $5K is the bet that he's got to call. Looks like he'll go for it. Nine on the river now. Scary card for Gopez, but I was just about to say good enough for Xiao Bei to maybe go ahead and try and rep. But he does give up there and add to the Filipinos' growing stack. And Don Carmona just coming in here. Let's go Du Roy. I'm not real sure who Du Roy is. If you could give us a heads up of whose nickname that is or who you're referring to, we will shout out to them. Haha. 291 players left, so we've already lost almost 30 players here. We might be losing some more. Cowboys for Jianqing Chen. Early position. And thank you very much for that one, Ivan. Idilberto Duroy Gopez. What an awesome name. And speak of the man himself, Duroy. Coming in here from the button. Queen 10-0. Maybe just a little bit suspect there of Jian Chen. We'll pick up the big blind here too, folks. 980. Good enough for Yamada to come along. Okay, some action for sure. Ace Queen 3, two diamonds. Gilberto finding middle. However, Jianjing still out ahead here. We'll see bet. 8K into 25. Gilberto will stick around. You're Jiancheng seeing that ace. Maybe a little bit scared, and now an extra reason to be scared is that third diamond. Gilberto obviously holding the queen of diamonds, so maybe a good spot for him to go. After Jiancheng does decide to check and almost give up here. And yes, right on cue. Gilberto firing. And now Cowboys not looking so cool anymore. Great sizing by Gilberto. 21 into 41. Jian Cheng, Jian Ching Chen, excuse me, going absolutely nowhere. Dealer, river us gently. Oh, brick o' brick, six of spades. Quick checks around, and just like that, Jian Ching Chen picking up a big pot. Edalberto Gopez. V Pippin high, 50% here. Wants to keep his fans entertained. And he does have a lot of them. So Daniel Lee folding that ace-3. We saw there in the early position. So Wu will play the same suit here, 10-9 of clubs. Two of his outs already in the muck. So keep that in mind, folks, as Namiki Takamitsu looking down and what could be a nice little 3-bet spot here. Namiki eventually just deciding there to go with the flat. Maybe just feels like no need to inflate this one unnecessarily. King 10 suited, obviously playing really well post flop. There we go. Maybe now able to get out the way here. Jiao Bei, Ace King suited, Church. 40k 3-bet on the button. Doesn't get involved much, so one needs to be precautionary when battling with him. After that 40k bet, only has half of his stack left, so 41k behind. Round 13 big blinds, all that remains behind him, so Wu needs to be careful. Well-timed aggression there from Zhao Bei, taking that one down without having to see a flop, so very nice there for the Church of Zhao Bei, 33 big blinds. Choose your spot very, very wisely, folks, as you can see. That table image, very important here in the early phases of this one. And the new addition to the table, Antony Merrimans, and I do apologize if I am saying that incorrectly. Alrighty, Adalberto, you know what to do. Get it going for us. Noriitis will defend the big. 10-3 suited. King 8-3. Not a bad flop here for Noriitis to rep. Check raise could play very, very well here. Jack on the turn. Roland's just given up at this one. Edelberto should figure if he has a king, he would have bet by now. And surely good enough to take this one down. Is the 8K bet here by Gopez. And I mean, you can let me know in the chat what you do think about a cheeky check raise there from Noriitis. Obviously has the club on the flop, has bottom pairs, so check raise there. Can barrel on a 3, can barrel on a 10, can barrel on any club on the turn there, so maybe a good spot. Daniel Lee yet to play a hand here at the feature. Quite a short stack, only 71k, so probably just using his timing very well there. Here we go. The ever so active Edelberto using that big stack of his. And here we go. Nice hand for Yamada to 3-bet. And a nice hand for Edelberto to call, so depending on what happens in the middle, could be some real fireworks here. Keep the eyes peeled closely to the screen. 18.5 from Yamada. I suspect we'll just see a flat here by Edelberto. Jack 8-6. 2 spades. Yamada finding top. Great kicker. Edelberto 2 overs. 2 clubs. Checks over to Yamada here. Check, check. And your jack needs protection on that flop. Yamada now in a bit of an uncomfortable position, but could decide to rep the king, having checked on the jack high. And that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do. And unfortunately for him, Alberto obviously holding that king will be quite happy here. 18K bet by Yamada, quickly called off by Gopez. And what a card there on the river, murkying the waters up a little bit, one would say. Third spade. And brings in that straight. So now, what does Yamada do? He just checks and gives up, and just like that, folks, Alberto Gopez taking down yet another pot. Up to 354K now, Alberto, on top of our chip count. 117 big blinds. 7 starting stacks for this gentleman. Jian Ching Chen on the cutoff here. Not waiting around anymore. 10 deuce will bring the fight to the rest of the table. Making that big stack work for him. Obviously battling for the chip count with Mr. Edilberto Gopez. So no easy battle that, indeed. Edilberto now, ace 3, early position. Just finds Yamada Kozo, Queen Jack suited, good enough. Alrighty. How about flopping the nuts here? Yamada Kozo, King 9-5. Easy as you like there. When the flop does go your way like that. Roland's Noriidas, Jack 8 suited from the hijack. We'll raise this one up here. 84k that he does have behind, so maybe just thinking it's time for some action. And easy as you like there for him. Always a welcome sight, uncontested. And thank you, Christopher, for your support. Edelberto, do Roy Gopez doing very, very well here. Somebody needs to stop him if they have hopes and dreams of winning this one, because otherwise, this man, very, very capable of being the champion. Action on the small blind here. Potentially some blind v blind action. Namiki Takamitsu, King 8-0. And yeah, Edelberto Gopez defending. Ace 9 deuce. Good enough for the C bet. And hold the phone. American Airlines here for Yamada Kozo under the gun. And Roland's Noriitis, pocket fours will come along here. And interesting here, Chow Bei defending the big with the Jack 10 suited. 753. Interesting decision here for him to donk out. Maybe just trying to rip that bottom middle set. And Yamada Kozo, sneaky, sneaky. Just opt in for the flat. As if to say, I've only got an ace king. So please keep betting. And Roland's Noriitis, of course, saying, don't forget about me, folks. I've got a gut shot. I've got a spade. And I have a middling pair, so take 24K. And that's the new price. And surely only one option for Yamada here, one would think. 60K in the middle. Quick look at the outer field there. You can see big numbers at this WPT Korean festival. But right now, all eyes on this featured table. Yamada Kozo moving all in here with the pocket rockets. And Roland's Noriitis now. The big, big decision. Let me know, folks, what are you doing here if you are Noriitis? Calling off for your tournament life. Yamada obviously looking a little bit like Ace King. And so if you are up against that, do you make this call? Draws on the board, straight and flush. Roland's blocking both. So this definitely a very, very scary all-in. Screaming an overpair. Obviously beat by a variety of hands. Eights through. Aces, of course. No time banks in play here at the moment, so Rollins has as long as somebody gives him until somebody does call that clock. But right now, big decision, I'm sure. Nobody unhappy with him for taking his time. And yeah, folding. And maybe just avoiding some carnage there. The ace is looking very strong. Do peel two, and we would have seen Roland's, Noriitis. Would have been GG there if he'd made that call, so good fold. If you are results orientated. Gilberto Gopez starting things off here from the button. Jack 8-0. Yamada Kozo in the big blind with the ace-9 offsuit. The 9 kicker, probably the reason he doesn't go for the 3-bet here. One would think a little bit more of a lower kicker, and he goes for the 3-bet. And there we go. One of the reasons why we just flat, I would probably say with the ace-8 0 and up. Because there we go. He does connect with his flop king 9-5. Rainbow takes the lead with middle pair. Definitely scary, however. That button rich with king X. Also rich with everything else. So Alberto Gopez does get snapped off there. He does decide to fire the c-bet. Alberto improving on the turn. I guess double gut shot you would call it. Not entirely sure there. Needing the 10 or the 6. I guess double gut shot. Double barrel gut shot. I'll create a new word. Interesting decision here. Yamada leading out. And if you are Yamada, very, very worrying You still have Idilberto along for the ride, and now only holding middle pair. Surely happy to realize your equity. Hopefully, Alberto doesn't put you in a tough spot here, but Alberto really blocking those draws quite hard. Not the flush, straight, of course. And yeah, has to bet to win. And let's see if this bet is big enough. I'll tell you, it's quite big. It's 50k. Big enough. Jamada could find this fold. Probably not putting Gopez on this exact hand of Jack 8-0 getting to this river. Tough spot for Yamada. Big pot. 42 bigs. Swings the chip lead quite significantly here for Yamada. Obviously, these two stacks, the big boys at the table. Can Yamada find this call? Body language saying no. And just like that, Alberto, Duroy, Gopez. Another big pot going the way of the Filipino. Cannot be stopped. 382k now. Takes that chip lead firmly from Yamada. Pushing him down. Jianqing Chen now second. But it is an all Filipino affair here at the feature table. Idilberto Gopez putting on a masterclass for the day 2 of the WPT Korea main event here. It's me, Richard Cooper, holding down the fort, bringing you all of this live feature table coverage. Keep that chat going. Share this link to your friends and family. And maybe somebody, please show Idilberto's mom and show her how proud she should be of her son, because he is absolutely a superstar. And she did a phenomenal job in raising him. So 20 bigs of Noriitis will get involved here. Suited connector. Jack 10. Some would say a troublesome hand at the stack depth. Got a little bit tongue-tied there. Only because I saw Zhao Bei, same hand, different suit. Also quite a small stack, so interesting here. If these two short stacks do tango, Jianqing Chen, second in chips, got the stack, got the big blind in there already, so we'll see the flop with the 4 deuce. Trey deuce on this flop. Jianqing Chen will definitely hang around now. However, Roland's flopping, something to talk about here. Some would say something to see bet about. But interesting decision there for him just to check it out. This is the unfortunate part about being passive, allowing your opponent to possibly catch up, and now in a world of trouble. Jianqing Chen picking up that flush draw. Still does have a big stack, big enough to put it in there. Pairing the deuce. One would feel if Noriitis does go for it here, Jianqing Chen may just call it off. Zhao Bei surely gets out the way here, and we may see Noriitis all in and at risk for his tournament life. Jianqing Chen ahead, but only with a deuce and a draw. Very, very nice pickup there. Waiting for Jian Chen. Unless Noriades finds one of those 15 outs. And boom! Ask and you shall receive. Noriades finding that jack from space. And that's all it takes, folks. One double up, and you're straight back in this thing. 50 big blinds for Noriades. Excuse me, blinds just gone up, so 37 bigs now. Blinds up to 2K, 4K, 4K ante. Noriades, great chip up there. Great timing for that blind increase. So it's either Antony or Antoine. I'm not exactly sure, so I'm just going to call you Ant. So Mr. Ant, Ace Queen O. Haven't seen him get involved. But a nice little stack there to maneuver. We'll open this one up here. Find some resistance in the big stack of Yamada. Pocket fives on the button, good enough to set mine with. And Roland's can't get involved there with the king do so heads up here to the flop. Queen 10-6, two diamonds. Mr. Ant finding top pair, great kicker. Got the diamond. Yamada. Scary flop. A little bit of a smile there and a give up. C-bet. More than enough. So that's six big blinds to his stack. Mr. Merriman's 56 big blinds for him now, so I haven't seen much of him, but I'll see if we can bring him up here. Anton Merriman's on the old Hendon. And this might be him here. Anton Luc Francois Merrimans. 14K in live earnings. Playing out of Belgium. Not much about him. Imada Kozo now, cut off. Japanese representative taking it to the big blind, and the Merrimans will defend 4-0. A deuce deuce club player with a club. Imada the 4 improves Merrimans. Didn't change much for Kozo. Kozo playing all of the Korean festivals, it seems, so a local in the scene. Time for a win. Hasn't had a win since about last year, September, so one would think fighting here 4-1. Mr. Ant, not going to let him get it easy. Bets out 8K. But Yamada Kozo increasing the price of poker up to 18.5 thousand. Herriman's not buying what he's putting down. Drawing to only a 6 or a 4. Obviously, he does not know what Yamada has, so I'm just pointing out how he looks to improve in this hand. 9 on the river. Absolutely brutal. Yamada just stealing this one now. And unfortunately for Ant, nothing he can do. $34K into the 60K in the middle already, and just lets that one go. Yamada Kozo, maybe just letting him know that he was beat. And after this hand, we will welcome to the booth the legend himself, the Filipino superstar, and some say made of gold, Mr. Bob Guerrero. So don't go
Actually,
anywhere.
I'm ready right now, Rich. I'm actually here already, so I can
His
join you in this
countryman here
hand
putting on a
right
real
now.
display for us folks. Idalberto Gopez, big stack, making it work. Suited ace, early position.
Edalberto Gopez, flying high.
Daniel Lee, defending the big. Queen 5 suited. Jack 10-7, 2 spades. Berto picks up a draw, flush draw. Daniel, tough one for him, short stacked. Can't continue with that C-bet of Adalberto, so just like that, easy as you like it for Mr. Gopez, and welcome back to the booth, Mr. Bob Guerrero.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello. Hello, hello.
Little Birdo, very, very active. Big stack, so that's what you got to do. King Queen suited
Hello.
will open up again here. Yamada Kozo, callable hand. Ace 8 suited from middle position.
Ace Jack against Ace 8.
Interesting decision here for Wu in the big blind. Ace Jack suited, obviously performing very well post flop, but also performs well as a 3-bet. You are tangoing with some of the biggest stacks at the table, so always a little bit more scare factor that creeps into your mind. Can't tell you, this man not scared of much. Mr. Dai Fei Wu. Good price, Alberto says, for my King Queen suited, so you'll see the flop. And now, a lot of money in the middle. Yamada Kozo, suited ace, has to
DFA
come
Wu.
along. And we'll see a very, very rich flop here. 90k in the middle already. These gentlemen playing for a chip lead pot, potentially. Alberto and Yamada Wu will love to add this one to his stack, but 7-7 deuce here. Wrong color for Wu. Not feeling too confident, I can't tell you that much. But this gentleman, not scared of anything, will continue. Small C bet after the 3-bet pre-flop. Nice and strong, round about 1/3. Good enough to take that one down, and that's how it's done, folks. 58k clean added to his stack. 48 big blinds for him, so very, very nice pickup there. Alberto Gopez still out on top, 91 bigs for the Filipino.
Hello. Hello, Rich. Hello, Rich. Hello, hello.
Some blind, V blind here. Wu limping in. Tamiki, we'll just check behind.
Open-ended straight draw.
Jack 9. Wu, open ender. Miki, not much to talk about here, so a C bet probably good enough just to take this one down, and indeed, just like we said.
Hello. Hello.
272 players, all that remain here out of the starting field of 321 of this WPT Korea main event, day 2. Daniel Lee all in, 12 bigs. King 9-0 from the cutoff. Looks like won't find any callers, so probably a good result for him at the end of the day.
Hello. Hello. I cannot be heard. I cannot be heard. Everything's everything's good from my end. My microphone is
Suited king for Daniel Lee in the hijack. Short stack. What do you think he does here, folks?
is 8,000.
Zhao Bei could defend this one here, so strap on. Thank you, Andrew Diocampo, for your support. Alex Taneo, we see you too, sir. Good luck. Du Roy, Idalberto, Gopez Jr. And he's doing very,
Six
very
five
well so
four.
far, so stay tuned. 654 Rainbow, Wet Flop, Gut Shot for Zhao Bei. Will lead out. Good enough to take this one down. Daniel Lee not wanting to participate.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Rich. Hello. Jack 4 from Defeiwu.
Miki Takamitsu, Jack 9 suited from the cutoff. Good enough in my books for an open. And yeah, Idalberto Gopez looking down at the beautiful sight of the church. Ace King O on the button. 3-bet, 28K now. Miki Takamitsu caught in a tough spot. And yeah, folks, pressure is real. Superstar from the Philippines turning up the gas here at our feature table.
Hello. Lopez folds. Domination from junction.
Yamada, blind v blind, king 6. Good enough to take it to Qian Qing Chen. Does connect with this one. Middle pair. Nice kicker. Especially versus the range of the small blind. Check checks. Maybe Chen Ching Chen will lead out here if Komozo checks it over to him. Good enough spot. Passive play. Check Pok Chen. Simple stuff.
Hello. Ace Jack suited. Ace 10 suited.
Anton Merriman's not very active, as we've said, at this feature. When he does get involved, gets involved in a big way. And now this will be a tough spot for him, depending on the rest of the action around the table, because Daniel Lee shoves all in here with the ace 10 suited over Anton's open. Somebody phone Chow Bei and tell him the opponent's got an ace. So be very wary. Good fold. One would think there by Chow Bei.
This would be a gutsy call here by Merrimans. Too gutsy.
And there we go. We are off to the races here, folks. Daniel Lee all in and at risk here at the feature table. Ace Jack suited versus Ace 10. Daniel Lee looking for some tens or some spades. And neither of both. Just like that. is GG to Mr. Daniel Lee. And a very nice chip up for Anton Merrimans. Up to 63 big blinds now.
Well, hello everyone. Hello everyone.
Aces for Wu. Early position. What a sight. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Rich.
How are
Are you
you?
hearing me? I am well.
Okay,
I hope.
fantastic to have you here.
Thank you. So I've been. Apologies for just coming in now, but fireworks. I caught some hands earlier, and it's nice to see my countryman, chip leader, but Defei Wei. He's looking good here with his rocks. For Merrimans. Hello, he hits his queen. Not often you see aces four-handed.
Wu leasing out here with the aces, 24K. And I imagine Merrimans will hang on over here. An interesting turn card indeed. Merriman's in big, big trouble. Wu not slowing down. 84K in the center, 170 behind. Bit of an action river here potentially for both players. Third club on the board. But Merriman's just checking and giving up, and Wu will do the same. Quite a juicy pot there for Wu. 294. He does find himself with after that hand, and Merriman's takes a bit of a knock to that stack. Dangerous board. Nobody told him for continuing there. Lucky for him, Wu did not put him in a tough spot with his top pair on the river. Alrighty, 268 players that remain here in this field. And one of those players is Mr. Yamada Kozo, looking down at the ladies in the hijack, facing Idilberto's raise, licking his lips, pumping this one up with the 3-bet up to 18K. And let's see if Wu, no, does not fancy a 3-bet, but Idilberto will see the flop. Eight five deuce, 2 diamonds on this flop. Yamada with the diamonds and the queens. What do we do here, folks? 46K in the middle. You don't want to see an ace. You don't want to see a king. Good sizing there. 2,300. And yeah, good enough. 23,500. Excuse me. I missed the decimal there as I'm trying to read some Filipino. Darren Yu coming through. I presume that's Filipino, as I've just got Filipino support in the chat. D Camps. Madaming, suerte, sana sumapi, sayo kuya duroy, good luck. I don't know what my Filipino sounds like, but I hope you understood that one. Absolute milestone here at this main event. 1,065 entries, total prize pool 1.9 million US dollars. That's 2.6 billion Korean won. So big money in this one. Everybody playing for that top prize. I will leave you in suspense for now. And I'll tell you, the top 134 players will reach the money. So stick around, folks. Fireworks about to go off here. Bob Guerrero, we can't hear you. Please remember to click the mute button off.
Hello. Pardon my silliness, but I'm back now. Just had to sort out something here, but you did a great job there of speaking our language. I've got some other phrases to teach you. Maybe not
Please
on the
keep it
stream, maybe
R-rated,
off
Bob.
the stream. Yeah. Norite is still on top with his speed limit, but 2 overcards.
Well, I'll tell you, I myself don't stick to the speed limit. And Noriitis doesn't look like a gentleman who listens to authority, as you can see by that shirt. Hasn't been ironed in about 2 months. But he's here, and he's fighting. 144K he has behind.
Good, decent stack to play with. Gopez still in the catbird seat with 89,000. That gentleman in the hoodie, who's the darling of the peanut gallery in our comment section on our Facebook page. Still a long way off the bubble, Rich. So one false move, and you could be out of contention for that big juicy pot.
Absolutely, Bob. We've seen it, and we've seen it time again. One wrong move is all it takes, and we'll be saying GG to you.
Merriman's 8,000 to call with his ace queen to the race of Jan Jiang Chen's crabs. Gopez has a stack and has something to play with here out of the big blinds. But discretion, the better part of valor. He'll step aside.
Three
The
bet.
three bet. Yeah, three bet strong from Antoine.
Good timing as well. Jack 9 deuce on this flop. Chen Cheng Chen. Definitely not loving life. Looking at those two overs and the position of the cutoff. So rich in the 9x, Jack X. Almost as rich as I am.
Well, baby pairs must be played with caution, and Chen showing some caution right there as he tosses these trays. And the pot of 68,000 will be shipped to Antoine Merriman's. Of course, 31,000 of that is winnings. He's in position number 8 is Merriman's. Don't you wish we could hear some of that table talk, Rich? We could be getting some insights in the minds of a world-class poker player.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some of those sounds as well as I do miss the chip shuffle sound. I feel myself itching for the sounds of the poker room.
Get nothing like a chip shuffle or two to get your endorphins flowing. Fei Wu from cutoff as a suited ace. And he is going to make a splash here. Gopez with his suited weak king is calling from the small blind. Xiaobei says some other day. Live cards, but Fei Wu marginally ahead.
Xiaobei says nay nay to that one and gets out the way. And just as well as he did that, because Wu getting a hold of this flop with those sticky fingers of his. Ace 6 deuce, two pair for Wu, top and middle. And good enough for the raise and take it there. Edilberto Gopez choosing his spots very wisely, as you can see. It's one reason, and one reason only. He is the superstar he is. That's because of that brain that he does possess. 240K USD in total live earnings. 35th on the Philippines all-time money list.
Where does one purchase that kind of a brain? I'd like to know.
I don't know, Bob.
Jan Chang.
That's certainly
Yeah. Sailboats for Merriman's early position.
That's it, Bob. Some would frown upon this open. Some people chuck those deuces, threes, and fours into the bin early position. But I tell you, Anton Merriman's not a man to back down. As brave as any of those French conquistadors.
French conquistadors, as
I'm not
opposed to the
sure.
Spanish conquistadors. Maybe it was the Spanish
Absolutely.
that were conquistadors. Maybe it was the French that the conquistadors or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, King Jack
That's what I was.
6.
I was actually just looking for the equivalent of the Spanish, and I was trying to find the French counterpart, but my lack of history failed me there quite brutally. So we'll just smoothly move on without any pause so that nobody will notice anything. Alberto Gopez, 85 lines, the top of our chip count. Michelle Bay at the bottom. So you see, Bob, that's how you recover and carry on smooth as ice.
Powering through, huh?
Absolutely. One way and one way only.
Surely this is a candidate for folding here for Norietis.
Yeah, I think even on a good day, your range starts with the ace 10-0 under the gun.
Gopes with Queen 9-0. He's going to raise 8,000. This is looking more and more like a blind steal here. Unless our big blind wakes up with something and he classifies 9-7 offsuit as playable. King 4-3, Rainbow. Gopes continues, and Chen is out of there. Not a lot separating those top three, Rich.
No, not much at all there, Bob. All of these fighting for that chip lead. But I must just comment and say that the only one really using that big stack is Idalberto Gopez. The RB.
Use it or lose it. That can be the rule sometimes with a big stack. Pocket fours from Kozo out of the button. And he's re-raced to 9,000. What does the advantage of suitedness mean to Roland's Norieres? Means enough for him to call. Pot up to 24,000. King 4, and it's a set for Yamada Kozo. He's loving it. Two clubs, however. This is an interesting hand, Rich. This is set against nut flush draw. 18,500 into a pot of 24 from Kozo. He doesn't like those two clubs for sure. It's actually a full house for Yamada Kozo. It's a full house, a boat. So it's full house against nut flush draw. Somebody gonna get hurt here, one imagines. A bet of 8,500 rather, not 18. And there's the call. And a two of spades has popped up on the turn. And there's a check from the drawing dead Roland Norietis. Kozo trying to feign some kind of weakness here. It looks like Norietis needed either running eights or running aces to beat Kozo on the turn and river, and it's not happened. And Kozo sitting very comfortably right now as he has produced a bet of 47,500. And Roland's swimming in the tank right now, sloshing around that tank. Is that a fair price to pay for another club on the river that he thinks is going to be his salvation? Oh, to be Norietis right now. If only he knew. And he's going to make the fold. And Kozo picks up a juicy 23,500 in that hand. And he moves up to second place in our chip count. Just 8 big blinds short of Edilberto Gopez of the Philippines.
And just like
We're
that,
watching.
folks,
Yeah.
it looks like we will be taking a short break. But don't go anywhere. Here at the WPT Korea, we're bringing you live coverage of this feature table all day, day 2, main event. We'll be back. Rich Cooper, Bob Guerrero. See ya. Well, back again. We are live feature table coverage here of the WPT Korean main event day two. 229 players left in this field of a milestone 1065. It's me, Richard Cooper, and that sound in the background is not your imagination. It is Mr. Bob Guerrero.
Hello. I'm glad that I'm a real thing and not just a figment of someone's imagination. That's always a pleasant thought.
That's it, Bob. It's always good to be real, as they say. We don't have time for any
Yes.
fake friends. And somebody very, very real is this gentleman in the cutoff here, Jaeming Tu, one of the cash game stars from last night. I'll tell you, a man not afraid to get involved. Big stack for him here, 408K. Pocket sixes coming along here for the flop. Trying to set mine versus the Rays of Lima.
And we've got some royalty on this table, don't we, Mr. Rich? Mr.
I do believe
Espenyorstad.
so.
Meanwhile, Queen Jack 10. Rainbow. Walter Trecarici is in there with pocket deuces. Wow. It's checked, and we have a 9 of spades on an increasingly straightishy looking board. Lima needs an 8. There has been a bet. Lima's bet. And she takes the pot down with the weakest hand. They're semi bluff on the turn. As we mentioned, Espenyorstad, 43 big blinds. WSOP's main event winner from 2022. Won 10 million in that event. 4-2 suited. Answer price is mucked. Lima, early position, king 10 off. No, thank you. Stanley Wang is being mysterious here. Now he's going to show us his hand. Oh, hello. Rockets. Yorsted folds. Is there a customer for Stanley Wang? Jianlei Zhang is not interested, and Stanley Wang picks up 12,500, and he increases his lead, his formidable lead. He's 122 big blind, 615,000 in chips.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the aces, Bob.
Yo.
Never a nice sight. Getting min value there. Just picking up the blinds and the antes. But you can see this table very tough, so everybody not going to be a loose cannon here, I can guarantee.
It's is that a cardigan there by this gentleman NZC? Not often you see a cardigan in a pool table, Rich. Unless that's just a very low V-neck.
I mean, I'm not sure why you're jabbing at this guy, Bob.
Now you were the one who brought up about the bit about the sartorial choices of some of our players the other day. So I'm just running with it.
Yeah, but this one seemed pretty personal.
No, it doesn't. I'm just surprised. I've never seen a cardigan at a pool table before. Never have.
This is not a pool table, so this is a poker
Poker
table.
table. I've not seen him in a pool table. I've not seen a poker table. Both venues. They've been cardigan free for my entire life. Jan Lei Zhang
So you
with
know,
deuces says.
so you know what they say, Bob. If it's expensive,
What do they
you can
say?
wear it at a featured table.
Okay, that's what they say, yeah? Okay.
Absolutely.
Queen 5 is mucked. And Jiaming Shu is going to pick some blinds and antes with his powerhouse 6-5 hearts. And there is the rabbit, and looks like he would have hit his 6 on the flop. Espenjorstad, you do have quite familiar with his style of play, I would imagine, Mr. Rich.
Yeah, one would say, not myself, because I'm not one to blow my own trumpet.
Lima gets rid of the suited King 3.
Any idea what brand this is, Bob? The ace, the A with the heart. Is that a poker club?
I will have to take a look at that, and I will reach into my memory of poker attire brands, and I probably don't know. I'm not much of a clothes source, to be honest. There's been a raise. Daniel Yang, odd hijack. Ace 5 of spades has made the price of poker 10,000, and Chang Li with 10-7 is called, and 10-8 has called as well. So three-handed 8-3, 8-4-3. Daniel Yang with a gut shot. Two very speculative hands have entered this pot. I've seen this flop here, Rich.
Yeah,
Shangli
definitely
checks.
an interesting situation brewing over here. Espen, just watching all of these actions, you can see picking up on every single table tell that these gentlemen might be giving off.
And we have 20 bet 20,500 from Yang. And Zashi has top pair and with a decent kicker. There's been, and then there's been a raise. That's what our graphics say. I think it's something being sorted out at the moment. We have a call from Enze. So there's a bet and Yang with his gut shot is out of here. And Shang Li, surely I think he's a favorite to just not to give up on this hand. He has missed it big time. And the 3 bet from Enzishi with top pair Nets him an additional 50, and he's still in the bottom, in like as one might say, the relegation zone here. 194,000 in chips, just 38 big blinds. Still plenty behind for him to stick around for a while, one imagines. WPT Korea coming at you from Jeju, Korea, the landing casino in Jeju. Beautiful island south of the Korean Republic. Massive pot of 1.9 million US. To see Espen Jarstad in action. He's been dealt some pretty funky hole cards thus far. Shangli off the button with ace king offsuit. And he definitely wants to participate. 20,000 is the raise.
Yeah, Xiang Li looking down at a very, very beautiful hand indeed. Ace King O, Church, as we call it, on the button. Unfortunately for him, taking this one down pre-flop. Some say it's better just to win the pot in the middle and not have to go post-flop. Others like to play that hand in position. You can see chip counts on your screen there. Stanley up ahead. Nothing really giving in the middle of the field.
A win. And it's Sunday, so why not go to church? Yours that remain card dead. Walking sticks for Walter Trecarici. And he's going to raise. And who wants to come on for the ride?
Walter will find some
Yeah.
resistance through the big blind. Stanley Wing defending with the King Queen O. 7-5 deuce. Two clubs on this flop. Either player holding a club. However, Walter Trecarici flopping top set here. Check mark already. However, Stanley Wang, two overcards. Might just continue versus the C bet from the early position, but no, able to sniff that one out. Nicely done, Stanley. You probably have a lot of disaster there, potentially, had a king or a queen rolled off on the turn.
Early check mark and a pot there. Walter Trecarici up to 266,000 in chips in the top half of our table. Friendly banter here between Jorstad and Captain Cardigan. It probably still gets chilly in Jeju time of the year. Hence
It's
the
always chilly
hoodies.
at the table, Bob. And I can tell you,
Yeah.
he's got a very nice hoodie. That's Espen Jorstad. Nice hand, ace-8 suited, glasses on, chips in the middle. Let's go.
Daniel Yang, pocket tens from position. And
There
a
we go.
repop
Some
from Mr.
fireworks now,
Yang.
Bob.
Mm-hmm. We got to run for cover.
Standard raise here by Daniel with the pocket tens. You'll see the action fold back around to the blinds. And it may just get back around to the suited ace of Espen, who, yes, lays it down. Can't do much with that. Not playing well versus that 3-bet post flop, out of position. A whole lot of trouble. And the main event winner shows us why he is who he is.
He brought out his inner Harrington there. Really tight, sensible fold pre-flop with a speculative ace. Not a great believer in suitedness, apparently. Oh, interesting chip protector that Yorsted has. I'm trying to figure out what that is. That looks like one of
Well,
those
it's from a
Russian dolls,
movie.
but it's a Halloween. Oh, okay.
It's from a movie
I don't
called
watch very many
Spirited Away.
movies. There you go. Jack 9 hearts for Enze. He's raising with it. Your stud. He wants to dance with his 9-5 of spades. He doesn't know that he's in bad shape against the Jack 9 of Enze Shi. King, ace, king, 9. Bring out the first aid kit. I think somebody's going to get hurt in this hand, Rich.
Ace King 9, 2 spades on this flop. Espen finding bottom pair. Finding the spades. Enze Shi. Bottom pair, better kicker. However, this is a very, very scary board. Espen verbally bets 8K. That looks so strong.
Quick call from Yorsted. 7 of spades. Yorsted has
Bingo.
hit the nut flush.
Yeah, apologies there. Graphics doing me dirty. Espen called. And now, nut flush for Espen. However, queens, jacks, tens are out there. So let's see how he chooses to play this one, Bob. And yeah, as one would think.
The trap has been set.
Enze Shi straight into the trap. Espen Jorstad licking his lips. Facing that bet.
You love the statue dance here from Espen Jorstad, showing nothing with those glasses on. Not moving
Well, he is a
millimeter.
He is a master of his heart rate. I do follow him on social media, and I see that he monitors his heart rate and heart arithmetism, or whatever the word is. I don't know, and he monitors that quite closely. And so I can see that he's been doing a lot of pulse and heart rate control. Keeps himself cool, calm, and collected at this feature. But behind those sunglasses, there's only one thing he sees, and those are dollar signs.
What do you make of this of his sizing here? Colossal repop. What's the story he's trying to tell, Rich?
Well, he's pretty much telling Enze Shi, I see ya, but The poker is not that cheap, especially when you win $10 million at the main event. Enze Shi in big trouble here, facing the 37k raise from Espen Jorstad. Half stack to pot ratio each here. So Enze can't be feeling too great here about facing this 12k call and lay down there, sir. Need to accept when you have been beaten. And Espen, cool as ice, scoops that one, adds to that stack 250k for the Norwegian.
Third pair, no good. It's a good time for Norwegian sports right now. You know, we've got Erling Haaland, one of the best footballers in the world, Vikland, top 5 golfer. Now, Espen Jorstad, this small country in Scandinavia, he's bringing it in multiple sports and games. I consider poker a sport. There's definitely a physical element to it somehow. The way you control appearance, the way you read other people. Game of skill at the very least.
Definitely, Bob. If chess is considered a sport, I do believe poker should too.
Jamming with the pocket nines out of the button.
Laban Filipinas, Team Decams, Mabuhay, Chuck, Peregrino coming in with the support for Team Decamps and the Filipinos. We see, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Laban Filipinas means Filipinas fight. But no Filipinos on this table. But sure they are giving a shout out to Edilberto Gopez. Daniel Yang with ace 10 suited out of the big blind. Doesn't know it, but he's in good shape here. It'll be a race situation against Jiming Su with his overcards. And he is joining the party. Pots up to 33,500.
Good enough for a flat there, Bob. 9-4 deuce, 2 hearts, 1 club. Daniel does have 2 clubs. However, unbeknownst to him, Jae-Ming Chu makes top set. Also has a heart to go along with those 2 hearts. So very good position for our button player.
Daniel Yang needs runner ace or runner tens. He's not looking good right now. Turn card is a queen of clubs, and that helps Daniel Yang. That's thrown him a lifeline with his club flush draw.
Yeah, queen of clubs on the turn here gives Daniel Yang draw to the nuts. However, Jae-Ming Chu still far out ahead. Draw to the nut, flush draw, excuse me.
Yang is going to pay for this river. He wants to see some clover out there. River card, 3 of diamonds.
Flush misses for Daniel. Left with ace high. And now Jae-Ming Chu should here, knowing he's not beat by much, except some queens.
Yeah. That's Jimming Su.
Nice and small,
What's his plan
Jaming.
here? Yeah,
Or
size it
or an
right.
overbet, Bob. We've seen the overbet work quite well.
Mhm.
I
The
actually like
secret
the
language
overbet
of
here.
Yeah, the secret language of bet sizes. Sorry.
Could just go around 90K.
The red chips are 5,000. Looks like he's putting at least half the pot.
And I think he's gone 50K. 40K.
40K, yeah. 8 red chips. Oh, he's called it. Wow. The three of a kind nines are going to be all over the ace high busted club. So, what's your analysis of that call, Rich? What was the thought
Yeah,
process?
very interesting, Bob. I do think he was probably sold by the sizing, around about 60% pot there from Jaming Chu, looking like a missed flush draw, and obviously holding the ace to that flush draw. So maybe thinking he was up against like a king jack, king queen type holding and making that call with the ace high. It will be very upset to see the bad news there.
If you win a pot on showdown with a calling with ace high, you must feel so good about yourself. But does probably doesn't happen very often, does it, Rich? I don't know if you've been able to do that.
Not much, I'll tell you that much, Bob.
Must be the awesomest feeling in the world if you can get the sick read and pull it off. But it wasn't gonna happen there. And that hand has concluded without a flop. Stanley Wang with 597,000 in chips is our top dog here in this feature table of WPT Korea.
Yeah, all out action here so far at this feature table, Bob. WPT Korea main event, day two, 229 entries left out of a staggering 1,065. Big money to play for in this prize pool. Remember, this is a milestone achievement for WPT Korea. We have 1.9 million US dollars in that prize pool, 2.6 billion Korean won for all of our Korean fans. And then remember, 134 players are paid. Min cash 4.5 million Korean won.
I'm having difficulty wrapping my head around how much money that is, to be honest. But yeah, only 130 or so in the money, so we are nowhere near bubble time here in Korea. Weak ace is very popular at the moment. Stanley Wang still the top dog. Live action from the landing casino here in Jeju Shinhwa World. Lima with King Jack in very early position. She folds. Ace King for Espen Jorstad from hijack. There has been a raise from Jimin Su.
Yeah, Church for the champ here in the hijack. May the church be with you, as he raises this one up. Shades on. It's time, Bob.
First time I've ever actually seen this where the player only puts his shades on when he's in a hand. It makes sense though.
Oh,
Daniel.
bingo, bango. Cut off. Daniel Yang
Oh.
looking at the ace queen O. Equal stack to Espen. This hand. Good enough here.
Hey,
Wow.
nope. He had position on him too.
Immense respect shown for the 3-bet of Espen.
Jimin Su. One imagines he'd be better served just releasing it, and he does, although he had live cards, and the sunglasses go off and the chips go the way of the Norwegian gentleman.
Well, I tell you this much, Bob. You can see who the team are fearful of. And is that Gab in the background with the glasses on?
Looks like it, the one and only Gabriel Ruiz-Bredo.
Oh, gracing us with her presence on the screen. Shout out to you, Gab, keeping this thing running as smooth as the Titanic. Bar the iceberg episode, of course.
You had so many ships to choose from, and you chose the Titanic. Okay, but yeah, you qualified it. So
I swear it wasn't purposeful, Bob. Just coincidental, and coincidentally, Lee Ma with the tens. Bit of a Titanic iceberg situation for herself.
Espen Jorstad just folded Ace King and walked away. Is that right? Did I see that? Wow.
I'm sure the graphics just didn't catch up there. Ace
Yeah,
King blue.
maybe.
Generally a fold. And here we've got it, Bob. Tens versus the sevens, and Ace King deuce, scary flop all round. Especially scary for Enze Shi facing gut.
Yeah, those overcards gonna slow both down. Except it's not gonna slow Lima down, and it is gonna make Enzi slouch into his cardigan just a little bit there as he folds.
Lima always having to bet that flop, just given her position, of course. So able to see bet, take that one down. Lee, I must say, very, very impressive so far.
She's a solid player. Will we see a flop here? Cowboys frenzy ship. And out of the small blind, he is Stanley Wang, the original raiser. 68,000, colossal over bet, and he takes it down. Stanley Wang,
2.5k,
Jie Ming
5k
Su.
other blinds, 5 blind T, and 229 players left in the field. Day 2 of this main event. It's me, Richard Cooper, joined alongside the man, the myth, the legend, Bob Guerrero himself.
Your descriptions of me getting more and more florid and I want to say almost delusional with every day, but thank you for the kind words.
I'm sure you use that word delusional in a very loving manner, so I liked it, Bob,
Yeah.
as we are good friends.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Espen Jorstad, cold as ice, looking down at the snowmen, facing early position raise. And there we go. At early position, very strong. Those pocket eights in the muck there, Bob.
Very, very sensible player. I mean, he's not taking a flyer on anything at this stage.
Definitely not.
King 7-7. Lima likes that flop. And Ji Ming Su has bet 16,000, a third of the pot with air. Really. And Lima with top pair and a good kicker. Flat calls. 2 of diamonds on the turn. Lima has checked Jie Ming Su. Can he fire the second bullet? Lima, does she like her standing right now? Top pair. Good kicker. Kind of an uncoordinated kind of board. How sure is she that her kings are good enough? The answer is very sure. She re-raises and Jie Ming Su says, enough of this nonsense. I'm making myself scarce. Lima now third in our table with 291,000 in chips. WPT Korea.
I must say, Bob, I miss the sounds of the chip shuffling at the table.
Hmm. I could go and get my chips and start shuffling here into my microphone. That would probably drive you a bit batty, though.
I think so. I'm already shuffling them myself, but I don't think the audience at home can hear that.
I know what brand and model chips you have. I can tell by the clicking. No, I'm just kidding. Those are
There's a
clay
cheap
chips, right? Not
variety.
they're not the proper clay chips with the steel in the middle, huh? Okay. Yeah. I know.
No, we're not trying to defraud anybody here, Bob. I don't run a Las Vegas sting ring like yourself and counterparts.
Las Vegas stingray. Wow. Are you insinuating that I am in violation of some international racketeering laws?
Look, I didn't say it, Bob, but you may just have. But choose your next words very
Anything's
carefully.
possible. Yeah. Shen Mingzhu is facing a raise here from Shangli. He's called it Queen 10 3 and a couple of hearts on this flop. Everybody's missed, but there is a draw here. An open-ended straight draw for Shangli. He's looking for a 9 or an ace. Or running clubs. Club. She bets 18 and there's a call and the turn is a blank. It's a 5.
And there
And
we
the
go.
disc is in there. Yeah. Jamming
No
Su.
time to waste.
Yeah. You're not going to go to war with ace high. What do you make of that all in there? That was gutsy.
Yeah, I think you could have gone all in on the flop there. May as well just run that equity and get it in.
That's what we're calling this all-in token, the disc, because it's circular this week instead of the usual triangular shape. The hockey puck. The hockey puck of death. Daniel Yang, ace jack under the gun. Who wants to call this 10,000 chip race? Come on, Stanley. Let us know what you got. Stanley Wang, international man of mystery. Oh, no, he re-raises. Okay. No wonder he didn't want to show us. He's got Cowboys and no customer. Isn't that so
Stanley
annoying,
Wing.
Rich?
Yeah, absolutely. Stanley Wing with the Cowboys there, unable to extract much value from such a beautiful starting hand. However, maintaining that rather dominant chip lead up top of this feature table at the moment. Let's see if anybody else has anything to say about that. Another man with a big stack is, of course, first to act. Walter, quite silent at this feature table. Mr. Zhang won't be silent for much longer with the ace queen O. Opens it up here. Daniel Yang will defend the big here. Queen deuce suited. 10-8-5. Rainbow. Only one. Espen staying hydrated with that juice box packed full of all the necessary vitamins you need to play poker. Iron, zinc, vitamin C, vitamin B7, and of course, very, very important, omega 3s, 6, and 9. Also working hard
Gotta get
to
your
just keep it nice and warm. Sure, not losing any of that body heat.
omega 3 is key.
Direct correlation between omega 3 and run good, Bob. So remember, always take that before your feature table appearance. Club on this turn. Daniel Yang picking up a very nice draw. Daniel Lee, only ace high right now, so maybe he needs to start betting.
Nine of clubs on the river. Ace high is good enough here.
Any jack,
Is
any
anybody a
six does
stab?
complete this straight now. So definitely very scary card on the river there, Bob. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
Jack, Ace Jack, something Mr. Daniel Lee Zhang can represent here.
And the strong bet from Daniel Yang with the weaker hand is at the send Dianlei Zhang scurrying off with his ace high. Shang Li, the lowest stack in this table. WPT Korea. It's the championship event, day 2. 216 runners left. Ginormous pot. And some very interesting and skilled poker players on your feature table at the moment. Espen Jorstad from the dealer, but
Tower of
with
chips
just
for
Jack
Espen
H.
Jorstad now. Needs to
Yeah,
get going here with this big stat. Jack 8. Oh, good enough from the button. That button, of course, very valuable. That stack needs to be used. And nobody knows that better than Espen, I can tell you that much. Daniel Yang, though, sitting right next to him. We have seen him make some uncomfortable folds, giving Espen quite a lot of respect. Of course, the respect that he does deserve. However, ace 9-0 in the small blind, facing the button. Gotta go for it here, one would think.
he's called the big bet, has he? Espen Jorstad with it. He had a perfectly symmetrical stack for a moment. Not now. But taken it down and remains 7th out of 9 in this feature table.
Yeah, good there from the
Shangli. 8-7 suited under the gun.
Yeah, probably just going to fold here. 8-7, not playing so well from an early position. So many left to act behind.
Stanley Wang is raised with Queen 9 suited. Trecarici has to release.
I'm surprised at the ace deuce releasing. That's strange. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word strange. I should just say it's puzzling to me.
You would have totally gone for that. It was suited, right? Was it suited?
Suited ace deuce
That
on the
ace?
button, I believe. Yeah.
Good position and suitedness. Guess he just wasn't feeling it. Lima with that tiger chip protector. Trecarici, king to O. Here he goes. The raise to 10,000. And there's a 3-bet from Jianlei Zhang with ace 6 suited, and Trecarici meekly hands his cards to the dealer. WPT Korea 2024 Championship event, day 2. Things are heating up.
Stanley Wang will get involved again here, putting that big stack to the work. King Queen suited, definitely a very playable hand. He'll find some resistance from the big blind, defending the Queen 7 of diamonds. And just like that, Enzi Shi finds himself top pair, but also finds himself in a lot of trouble versus Stanley's top pair better kicker.
Well,
C-bet from
king,
Stanley
yeah.
getting called off quite quickly. King rolling off now on the turn, check mark to Stanley, but maybe just a little bit of a saving grace for Enze Shi here.
Stanley keeping his foot on the gas pedal with a bet here on the turn. Zexing really needing to ponder this. Second pair, mediocre kicker. Good fold. 25,000 more. For our chip leader, who's got 635, a massive lead over the second place Jiming Su. Some of these players, you got to think, Rich, they're kind of mentally tired right now. This is such a mental slog, a tournament of this length. So taxing.
Yeah, definitely, Bob. Especially with these long blinds, stacks very, very deep. Nobody at risk just yet in that proverbial danger zone. Everybody's sitting quite comfortably. So, as they say, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
And last thing you want to do is stake your tournament. A silly decision, a bad miscalculation, a really iffy situation. You still want to be risk averse because we're nowhere near bubble. Jiming Su is raised. Jian Lei Zhang has re-raised. 30,000 to call for Jiming Su. That's how you stack chips. Look at that. That's a work of art there from our Norwegian hero as Daniel Lei Zhang takes down 37,000. Third on the list now with over 300,000 in chips. $216 still. From under the gun, Jiming Su wakes up with pocket nines. And not surprisingly, some of the red chips, 6,000 to call from first position. And who's feeling it here?
Seems like nobody, Bob.
Stanley Wang,
So,
Mr. Big Stack? Yeah, why not? Can't afford.
Moneybags Wing, as he's known amongst his peers, 760, good enough to defend the big there, of course. Ace King 10, two diamonds, scary, scary, both players. Let's see if Jaeming Chu does continue the story. And one would think, good bet, takedown, simple, easy poker. Jaeming Chu maintaining a good stack there, 393k for him, 65 big blinds. But of course, the man of the hour, Stanley Weng, 100 bigs and change.
25,000 is the value of those green chips. And there, sir. He's a fan of Carlos Mortensen, for short as Espen Jorstad, the Ecuadorian poker player known for his chip sculptures at the table.
Hmm.
Can't imagine Espen playing this. Nope, he doesn't. And Shishi feeling lucky here with 8-5 offsuit from cutoff. No, he's gone in with a raise. Chen makes sure lets it go. There's your leaderboard. Wang and Jie. Number 1 and 2. Zhang Li with only 19 big blinds left is in need of some divine inspiration here. Treccarici he looks like a someone who's been given a slice of pizza with pine at him. He's just not happy at the moment. He's really so card dead. I personally like pizza with pineapple. I don't know how you stand on this, Rich. I don't know how they do it in Cape Town, but I'm okay with it.
No, I'm definitely a big fan of the Hawaiian pizza. We know sure what you guys call it. However,
There
offer
you
that to
go.
an
Yeah.
Italian, and they might slap you in the face. And that's kind of what Treccarici looks like. Somebody slapped him
Yeah.
or his dog in the face. Doesn't look too happy with life right now.
You've taken this a step further. I just said presented with pizza pineapple, and you're going with this the pizza slice slap and the pizza slice slap on the pet, and you really know how to ante things up. I gotta say, Rich. Wow.
That's why I'm here. I'm all about the
Yeah.
entertainment. I'll get
Yes,
punched
you're
in the
earning your
face
keep.
for the sake of poker entertainment, me.
Good job, Espen
Dedication to
Jorstad.
my craft.
Yeah. Jorstad there folding his 5-4 offsuit after he feels some heat. Treccarici first to act. Queen Jack, that's better. It's gonna.
Treccarici raising up the offsuit Broadway from the early position at the table. And let's see if he does find any callers. And I suspect
Daniel Yang, big blind, King Jack suited. Rookie hand if you want to. He's gonna call, and we're gonna see. Hang on, there's been a raise and there's been a call. 7-5-2 and 2 hearts. Everybody's missed. Treccarici with the bet, 18,000. Let's see how Daniel Yang likes his overcards. He doesn't know how far ahead he is. And he says, I will give you this little pot, Mr. Treccarici. Tianlei Zhang. Get us going here with the King 6 of spades. Jamming so. Big slick from cutoff. Good position. Nice hole cards, and out come some chips. Raised to 12.5. Jesper Jorstad. Some would be playing this. Jack 10 offsuit. But he continues his generally tight play by mucking the Jack 10. Treccarici. Perhaps some impatience there as he jumps in with just Jack 7 of hearts. Live cards, though. Onto the flop. It's Queen 8-4, 2 spades. Everybody misses. Ace King still the big favorite. Jamming Su continues. Treccarici lets it go. Blinds are 3,000 and 6,000 with a 6,000 ante. The noose is tightening ever so slowly. We're down to 187 players. And if I'm not mistaken, they're about 134, 137 in the money. So we've had our share of bust outs in the other tables, obviously. Xiangli not feeling so hot right now. Less than 20 big blinds. Enze Shi, Captain Card. Pocket sixes. Raised to 13,000. Stanley Wang with King Queen off. He's going to pay for the flop. Jiaming Su calls. Daniel Yang. How playable does he think this Queen 7 offsuit is? Apparently not so. And we're three-handed at the flop. Ace 2. Two clubs. Nobody has any whole cards with clubs. Enzeshi continues. There's a pot of 54,000. He's only bet 10,000. A tiny slice of the pot for his opening bet here post flop. And is that going to give Wang and Jeming something to think about? It's an easy call for Wang. Jeming Su folds. 9 of spades. The 6 has improved to 80%. Stanley Wang has 9 outs. 2 queens in there, a king or a 9. And this is a bigger bet here from Enzish this time. It's 45,000. Still less than half the pot. Far less than half the pot. And Wang says, forget about it. 51,000 chip addition to Enzish's holdings as he gets a badly needed bump up to 33 big blinds. Still 6,000 blinds with a 6,000 ante. Number 30 of this bad position for NZ Sheet to play Jack 10-0. Ace 9-0 from Daniel Yang. Trekkarichi folds another lousy 5-2 offsuit. And it's up to Zhang Li, if he wants to dance with Jack 8. And he does. Daniel Yang wants to see an ace on this plot. Carry on.
Definitely a defendable hand, the Jack 8 of Zhang Li. So I'm surprised to see him defend the big blind there. Ace 9 though for Daniel Yang, flopping top pair here on the Ace 6-5. Diamonds also does have the Ace of Diamonds, we should mention. C-bet good enough to take this one down. 187 players left in this field. Now they start to drop like flies. 3K and 6K are the blinds, with the 6K big blind ante ever so active. So now it's time to make that stack work. Otherwise, it will just start disappearing. You can see we are now 53 players from the money there rather quickly.
Wow. Missing out on the money on the bubble has got to be the most heartbreaking thing for a poker player, and nobody here wants to be that guy. As Jesper Jorstad with a playable ace jack of clubs in a somewhat early position. The shades come on. The chips go out. Now the shades go on.
Shades on. Action time, Bob. Ace Jack suited for Espen will open for us. at this feature. Min raise. And now in the small blind, interesting. Jiang Li with a hand. King 7 suited.
Zhang Li,
I wouldn't
some
have
real
faulted him.
disgust there. Yeah, you're saying you wouldn't have faulted him there.
No, if he'd gone for the 3-bet, it would have been beautiful. But yeah, seeming very disgusted. However, would have loved to have seen this flop. 8-7-3. Now, Espen versus the deer. Ace 4-0 of NZ Shi. This board not very good for either player's ranges, particularly.
Check, check. 7 of hearts. Pair 7. Whoever bets first, I think is going to take this pot down, Rich.
Highly likely,
NZ
Bob.
8,000. Very small bet. Just a fifth of the pot. You know, Rich Espen has played so few hands that when he does play a hand, the others might think he really's got something. There's some table talk, and there's a re-raise as well. Okay. 3 of hearts on the river. 3 hearts on the board now.
That third heart definitely interesting. Insei Shi holding the ace of hearts in his hand. Does he continue firing here? And it looks like the answer is yes, Bob. And Espen should realize.
Is
That
that a sign
Insei
of
Shi
the removal of the sunglass? Sorry, these folds. Pick up for Enze. Interesting there, Rich, that neither of them really had anything.
Yeah, not wanting to call that one off with the ace high. Seen a couple of other players not scared to go in there with the ace high and call it off. But of course, the main event champion knows what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. That's for sure.
Jamming ship. Early position. Suited ace 8. No, thank you. Trecarici is not gonna see a flop. Hello, Shangli. Pocket queens. Shangli raises to 15.5 grand. And Shangli just so frustrated as we see the aggression frequency Jiaming Su leading the pack. Shangli, he's the short stack, picks up queens, and everybody folds to his aggression. WPT Korea Championship event. Still a long go before the money. Lima from small blind is at very least tempted by this ace nine offsuit. Stanley Wang with mystery cards has called its Queen Jack off. Jack 6-4. Wang hits the flop hard. However, there are two. Lima continue with a small bet into this pot of 42,000. Wang top pair, good kicker. He raises it to 30,000, smacking down that very small continuation bet from. He's sniffing something here when he imagines
Definitely,
moonwalk out of
Bob.
his hand. Mm-hmm.
Something suspicious here.
It was such a tiny continuation bet, really. Li Wang takes it down. Top pair. 634 in chips. 105 big blinds. He's a big favorite to get into the money.
Yeah, another big favorite is that gentleman in the center of your screen. Espen, your stat. Big stack for him. First to act here. 204K.
Epstein, your stat. Folding to get some nutrition, it seems. Lima, Jack 10 from the dealer button. It appears like she's going to play. This looks like a repop of 15, an initial raise of 15.
Yeah, Espen, very interested in whatever he seemed to have ordered there. Does look delicious, Bob.
They got good growth in Korea. Meanwhile, a dream flop, a pretty good flop here for Lima as she's picked up top pair, two hearts on the flop. Jim Ming Shu has air and he checks. It's about 25,000, 20,000. Jim Ming Shu
Tell
bids
you what,
adieu. Mm-hmm.
Lima knows when to bet. And when she does, people seem to fold, Bob. Very strong player. Very well respected, it does seem.
And our Norwegian friend is gonna keep on playing while he partakes of his late lunch. Stanley Wang always late to slide those cards over the RFID sensor, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes to keep
He
us
keeps us in,
in
yeah,
anticipation.
hanging. King Queen raised to 13, just a bit over 2 big blinds. Yours that says he's more interested in his late lunch than in that nasty pair of cards. 10-7, 3, rainbow. Everybody's missed. Stanley Wang ahead, and he's been checked too. Not surprisingly, he picks up the chips. Shangli now just 18 big blinds. Nearing somewhat that dreaded fold all-in territory. Bob Guerrero with Rich Cooper here on the call here. WPT Korea 2024 Championship Event Day 2. We're stuck on
Yeah, 100.
184 players.
I was just about to say 184 players, all that remain here out of the really, really big number of 1,065 runners. So great showing here at the WPT Korean Festival in Jeju.
Stanley Wang racing with Jack 7-0.
He's got the chips, Bob. May as well put that aggression level real high and get going. Otherwise, those chips could end up in the hands of somebody else.
Jiaming Shu has 3 bet with bananas here from the button. I think Jiaming Shu has a read on Stanley Wang that he's stepping out here with an unorthodox kind of move. And Stanley Wang has to release. Good read there by Jiaming Shu. No wonder he's second in our leaderboard, our chip count here, this featured table.
Yeah, certainly very active. And Espen very quickly there moves from the top of the stacks towards the bottom. Only 31 bigs for him now, so let's order some power food. And some food that's some real good.
Nothing like some gym to get you upping that VPIP. There must be a correct correlation between those two things. There has to be some kind of empirical reviewed study that says so. Rich.
I'll have to take your word for it, Bob.
Your stud. He's leaving that beef stew alone for a moment. He's on the button. Ventures out with a bet. Extremely speculative holding. Walter Trecci. Carici, the favorite here. What live cards? Nice 9-2. Rainbow. Let's play some poker, folks.
Good hand
Carici
for a
checks.
C bet. Good flop. Oh my goodness. I hope she does not try and make Espen sign one hand. The waiter, very professional indeed, and just puts the bill down there, realizing an Espen C bet, good enough to take that down.
Whatever that bill is, I think Mr. Epson is good for it after he took down 10 million in that main event win 2 years ago. His credit card is not going to be denied.
I'm sure not, Bob.
The ever-dwindling stack of Zhang Li will not be added to, as he has to fold again. Interesting technique there by Espen Orsted. He's got chopsticks and a spoon. I guess that's how they do it in Scandinavia. I've never seen that before. If you're going to go there that way, why don't you just ask for a fork? Or maybe there isn't one. At least that's my point of view on this whole thing. Anyway, there's been a raise by Daniel Yang. Another 5 have bitten the dust. The field is down to 179. We are creeping towards that magic of 134. And the flop is 5-4 rainbow. Everybody's missed. The queen eights are solidly in the lead for Daniel Yang. $15,000 bet by Yang. A little more than half the pot, and Dianlei Zhang exits. Daniel Yang, he's the one who's been showing most of his cards. And only 2 of our players have gone to showdown. That's a remarkable stat. So nobody really has much intel on anybody here. Rich.
Yeah, early days still, Bob, if you think about it. Day 2, day 3, day 4 still to come. So these players just taking their time to surely understand each other completely. Hmm.
Tianlei Zhang. There's been a raise from Stanley Wang. A weak but suited king from early position. Zhang Li. Can he be Can he still be afford to be patient right now?
Maybe,
18 big
Bob.
blinds or less. hmm
Maybe just not the spot to go for here.
He heard ya. He heard you, Rich.
Coach Rich coming at you live.
Free poker tips. Just join us here on our streams on Facebook and YouTube. I bet you had fun with Coach Noel yesterday, Rich.
Ron?
It was Ron. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Ron. Plenty of fun to call a poker tournament with. I did it for 10 days in a row once.
Very nice guy indeed.
Nobody seems to have anything playable in this orbit.
Zhang on the button. Ace 5-0, good enough for an open.
And Zeshe is his customer. Pretty much a coin flip at the moment. 6, 4, 3, and a couple of clubs. Jianlei Zhang has an open-ended straight draw.
NG Shi, not much to talk about at this point. But lucky for him, we'll see a free turn for of clubs. Does pick up that flush draw now on the river. But yeah, there we go. Just like that. Simple 5 on the river. Sees Daniel Li Zhang get the check mark.
She bets and Jianlei Zhang a quick call. You've got a showdown, and Zhang will welcome this addition of 28,000 to his coffers.
$179 players left here in this field. Day 2 of the main event. WPT Korea. Been an absolute slugfest so far. All-ins, calls, bustos, heartbreak, smiles, all the emotions you can think about. So don't go away for even a second. Stay right here, folks. All the action being brought to you live on this feed.
Okay, Jorstad's got a hand here. His position isn't great, but he's got that Korean grub in his belly and looks like he's going to hunt for some chips.
Glasses on. Let's go.
12K. Yeah. Ooh, Dianlei Zhang. Pocket sevens from cutoff. He's got position on Espen. Would there be a post-flop skirmish here? Whoa, re-raise. 33,000. Can Espen withstand this heat? Nice to attack with ace queen, but does he want to call with it pre-flop in worst position? There's your answer. Big pot, 81,000 in the middle. Yorsted will be acting first. 10, 9, the rainbow. Is Zhang go through? He's taking his sweet time.
Yeah,
He
definitely
checks.
having to think about this.
Now, Zhang has picked up a draw. And he is in the lead. Who's got the better post-flop skills? Yorsted surveying. He checks. Check, check. 9 of hearts. Doesn't help anyone. Yorsted has been very passive. Does he fire out a bet in river? No, he doesn't. There's a check back. You think if Yorsted puts a bet there in the river, Dianlei Zhang is going to have to let go of his sevens?
Yeah, I think so. It's just Espen very, very worried there on that board. So 29 big blinds, all that he does have behind, doesn't really want to be playing with any of those chips.
King 10. raises with it, does Jiming Su. Jan Lei Zhang waking up here with the ladies from Hijack. Zhang Li folds. The 3-bet from Jan Lei Zhang. Is Xianming Su tempted here with his King 10? He won't have position post flop, and that's why he ships this back to the dealer, and Jan Lei Zhang welcomes the 27.5 grand, and he's now tied with Xianming Su for second place in our chip count. You're watching WPT Korea Championship event, day 2.
And the champ is here, Espen Jorstad, playing really well, managing to escape a couple harrowing situations so far. This feature table, nothing shy of fireworks, and I can tell you, it's more to come. Jiang Li, hijack, 93k all in, open shove with the ace queen O. I mean, why not? Takes everyone down.
There's a rather
Nines and
violent
the
fold
antes.
there. Yeah. The all-in works. That's the lay of the land. Stanley Wang has kept his position of power for quite a while now.
Stanley Wang knows when to get involved, knows when to stay out of it. And that seems to be working and shows you why he has the largest chip stack here at the table.
Treccarici, this is his best starting hand in a while. And although his position isn't very good, he raises to 12,000 and everybody's running for cover. Except for one Stanley Wang. With the crabs. Your stud. Surely he's out of this hand.
I think one can defend this in the big blind, Bob. One extra big blind. Already 39k in the middle. So one big blind to potentially win 6 plus 7 if you include
Yeah,
yours.
that's right. He's got the discount on the flop. He calls. Ace, Queen, 9. Treccarici's eyes are bulging surely now.
If they are, really consult a medical professional, Bob, as that is not normal. But Walter, flop in middle pair here. Scary card is the ace, however. On this ace queen 9, Espen probably will get away from this one if Stanley does bet. And that's what Stanley does best. Bet, take down the pot, and stack chips.
Treccarici just has one question in mind right now. Does Wang have an ace? Treccarici calls. Turn card. 7 of diamonds. Stanley Wang's going to have a go at this. $16,500 and Treccarici with second pair. Cannot proceed.
Stanley Wing using that big stack to his full advantage and showing us exactly where he is. Good performance here by this gentleman.
Treccarici steaming after losing some chips there. Now he's got ace-10 suited in terrible position. He raises big blind. That's got something to play with here. But from small blind, he says, no, thank you. So it'll be ace-10 against ace-6 on the flop as Enzeshi wants to tango with Treccarici. 8-8-4.
Everybody missing on this board. And Shi probably the most connected to spades to match the one on the board. However, in fairness, Walter with the same. So let's see. Ooh, interesting.
Queen on the turn.
Second spade. Exactly. Queen on the turn. Does see Daniel pick up top pair. However, Enze also picking up that flush draw. So maybe we'll hang around.
Treccarici in very bad shape. Does he know how bad shape he's in? The pot is bloated. 18,000 for Daniel Yang to call. He obliges with top pair. Treccarici is out. Enzushi needs a spade. He's not going to get one. No. Can Enzushi put Daniel Yang on 10-9 here? The queens will prevail. That hasn't changed since we've been featuring this table. Stanley Wang in pole position.
Yeah, dominating performance by Mr. Wang, and nobody seems to be able to catch him so far. Definitely capable of that. There's Mr. Espinorstat here, center of your screen. And just like that, folks, it seems we will be taking a very short break after this hand. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some more exciting feature table coverage. Jaemin Chu raising this one up. And we'll find some resistance here. Walter Trecciarici not going on break yet. 9-8 suited, good enough to see this flop.
Queen Jack 7, only one club, but the gut shot.
Cut shot indeed here for Walter Trecciarici on this board. Jaemin Chu will see bet. And I do imagine Trecciarici will peel for a club, for a 10.
He much prefers the 10 to have the made hand. 3 of diamonds instead. A lump of coal in his stocking, no doubt. But Trecciarici still ahead.
Yeah, but second barrel here by Jaemin Chu probably will be enough. And yes, it is. Just like that, folks. We will be taking that short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Rich Cooper and Bob Guerrero. See ya soon.
Welcome back to the Landing Casino in Jeju. A fresh feature table here at the WPT Korea 2024 Championship event, day number 2. My name is Bob Guerrero. Any moment now, Rich Cooper will be joining us. 168 players remaining, 134 will be in the money. So we are closing in on the bubble.
Actually, Bob, I'm already here. Just love listening to your voice. So let's take a
Oh,
back
thank you
seat,
so
relax.
much.
And yeah, here we are. Ping Cheng, all in with the suited connector, wasting no time.
And I think everybody has folded to him. Blinds have now crept up to 4,000, 8,000. And that's going to add to the stress level of these guys. And we have a gentleman with a blazer on the table. How about that, Rich? Nattily clad.
I mean, he's making me feel very underdressed. I can tell you that, Bob.
Me too. Looks like we have a football fan on the table there. Can't quite
Any
figure out
idea?
what club that is. Doesn't look familiar to me, but there are hundreds of football teams all over the world that I've never heard of. So
Likewise.
Chong Fong with Jack 10. No thanks. Amazing how poker's really exploded in China and how we've had so many very strong Chinese mainland Chinese players, Republic of China players. And I think we got a disc out there. We have Xinhuan going all in for less than 10 big blinds out of the button. And she is not letting us know what her cards are. Ms. Hai Pan, or rather Xing Wang, and she picks up the antes.
Yeah, 2 short stacks at the table, 12 BBs and 11 BBs. So both of those need to find some cards. And there's a gentleman with the baby blue watch. Definitely a very famous man. I'm sure a lot of you know his face around the poker scene.
If I were to hazard a guess, that would be Shou Quan, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody here from the Republic of China except for Fong Chong Kit, who is representing the Great White North of Canada.
Cell phones getting taken away here at the feature table. Security of utmost importance to us.
And that's a nice looking man bag there. That's been sent over.
Very nice.
Everybody needs a man bag. Every man needs a man bag, at least. I mean, if you're not a man, it's just a bag. Guangzhou. This is Guangzhou here. 16,000 to call. 2 big blinds. And Mr. Quan lets it go. Chan Baozhong picks it up. So Cheng Wang Ping Cheng and Zhan Baozhong are the most in danger here in the relegation zone, as it were, to borrow a football parlance. And let's see how many of these folks stick around. 3 very short stacks. I think you're going to see a lot of action with that all-in disc. Ying Jun
Yeah,
Lu, there's a
11 and
company
12 big
man with that.
blinds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely not a comfortable spot to be in, especially 4K, 8K blinds. There's a very expensive 20K in the middle each round, so everybody fighting for those blinds and antes released.
Sheng Wang hit
Alrighty,
jacks.
12
Out
big
comes the disc.
blinds. Into the center they go.
Chong Fong folds. I think we're going to see quite a lot of this shove fest here. Sheng Wang, actually, she's in pretty good shape. She picks up 36,000 already. And some confusion here on the distribution of cards, but it's all been sorted out.
What I want to get sorted out is one of those hoodies that this gentleman is wearing, those WPT Korea hoodies. So, Gab, if you are listening, my size is an XL, and I'll send you my shipping address.
I'm a little bit bigger than that. Zhan Baozhong. King 10 off. Ace King for Chong Fong, gentleman from Canada, and there is going to be a re-raise from the small blind. 3-bet to 51 grand. And Ying Jun Lu, the company man with a beautiful WPT hat, has queens. Flat call or re-raise? Looks to be a 4-bet. Awaiting confirmation from our graphics. Of 208,000. 150, a massive overbet, Rich. Is it an overbet?
Yeah, I'm not sure how we got to this. Maybe just a mistake in the graphics?
It sure was a pretty big stack of red chips, and Chong Fong says no thanks. It's a 67 grand bump up for Ying Jun Lu. That's about 8 big blinds. And our company man, hyper aggressive. And The dealer there was admonishing him about something, Rich. What might that be? Maybe didn't get
Maybe his
both
player
chips in
card.
properly.
I can't actually see his player card, so maybe that's what it is. Or she's
Could
talking
be.
about the time bank. 'Cause let's just point out as well, Bob, that those time banks very much in play right now. So everybody on the clock, 168 players left, 134 players in the money. So we are only 34 players away now, Bob. Could be within the next hour that we reach this money.
And a lot of players, I guess, will really want to tighten up in a situation like this. And the other players who are aggressive might pounce on that, turn the screws even more.
Definitely opportunity for all folks. An opportunity now for Chong Fong Cowboys on the button.
Just a, oh boy, a king fest here.
Oh boy. Snap call. Chop pot.
And the likelihood of a split pot here, huge. Unless we see a flurry of one kind of suit. Two hearts.
Chop pot.
And not enough hearts for Mr. Chong Fong. He needed one more. Everybody can breathe again. Well, the antes and the blinds got divvied up there. Mr. Kwan, did he have a late night cash game last night?
Certainly
Perhaps.
seems like it.
He's going to play here with 8-2 offsuit. What do you think of this, Rich? From poor position. No, actually, that's a fold. There's the raise from high pan with 5-5s. And Guangzhou calls with jacks. Sailboats
Three bet
fold.
here by
There's a three bet.
Quanjo with the jacks. 52k. And now those fives of high pun not feeling too strong. I can tell you that much. However, he will stick around. Set mine for a five on this flop. So dealer, show us what you got. My mistake. The graphics getting ahead of me and then making me get ahead of myself. So I find myself in a bit of an inception situation. High pun,
Mm-hmm.
folding that one down as we thought. Pocket fives not performing well post flop versus three bet out of position.
WPT Korea Championship event day 2 from the Landing Casino here in Jeju Shinhwa World. We're nearing the business end of this event. Chong Fong, ace 10 suited. Let's roll, says Chong Fong. 20K raise. Xing Wang surely cannot join in. He folds the weakest suited connector around. One of the weakest. And that's how it looks. Ping Cheng, Xing Wang, Jan Biao Song really in dire straits here. They need a double and triple up very soon. Nine
Well,
four.
there is a play here. It is just referred to as 9-9. Nothing
We
else.
hope to get we hope to get his real name sooner than later.
Sorry, Bob. That is his real name, and that's why I was saying,
Okay.
please don't refer to him as anything
Wow.
else.
Okay.
So Mr. 9, I'll just call him that. Give him that element of, excuse me.
High
High
pan.
pun.
Juicy ace jack. Juancho needs a double espresso right now. I could use one as well.
To be honest, I just had one, and now I'm bouncing off the walls.
High pan is calling with his ace jack. Guang Wang making a play with 8-2. No, High pan is 3-bet to make it 58,000, and Guang Wang is in a pickle right now. The terrible hole cards, and he's been kind of caught with his pants down here, making a move from the button, and he sheepishly offers his cards to the dealer. Take a wild guess what the favorite hand of 9-9 is.
Pocket tens?
You're close. You're close, man. You're close.
I need a bigger clue than that.
Juancho, more than 8 million in total earnings. Just an absolute juggernaut of poker from China.
Yeah, some big names in the field here at the WPT Korea Jeju Festival Espanol making an appearance. The previous feature table, now the Chinese superstar himself. Big names, royalty, if you will. Even saw Steve O'Dwyer make a cheeky appearance at the cash games last night. So if you are in the area, folks, keep your eyes peeled. You may just see one of your poker heroes in the elevator.
I saw that interview with Phil Ivey. I wonder if he's been able to stick around.
I know he was playing a couple of the side events. He's probably in the pot limit Omaha day 2 today.
I remember one top player when he was talking about playing against Phil Ivey and trying to read him. And he said, I give up. I just can't read him at all. That makes him one of the best ever to shuffle chips on the table. Wang Wang with a decision here. Feeling some heat, has to let go again. Guangzhou want to add to that $8 million of links. He's got a decent too. Day 2 of the championship event here in World Poker Tour Korea. Bing Chen. Jack 10. Wang Wang in a lot of hands. He's got King Jack off. Looks around 15,000. No, make it 21,000.
Short stack in the big blind here. Jian Baozong will defend this King 10-0. Hoping for a 10 high flop, I imagine.
Ace 8 6 rainbow. King Jack still looking good. But that
C
ace
bet
is going to
from
slow everyone down.
Guang
Yeah,
Wang should take this down.
he does. Please join us tomorrow. We got more great poker here from Jeju. Yi Cheng Ren. King Jack O. I guess this is his real name. Raises to 16,000. Yi Cheng Ren adds 20,000 in chips to his ledger. King 6 for Yi Chen-reng. Poor position, though. Guang Wang. He's been loose, but not that loose. Ying Chunlu folds. Hai Pan takes down the smallish pot. The blinds and the ante. Gong Wan probably feeling that he's good value to make money in the money this week.
Somebody just needs to wake up. Chinese superstar there seems to have full on fallen asleep.
Yeah, he's awake
Asleep.
now.
Asleep, but never asleep, as they say. Eyes always open when it counts. Super professional, this gentleman. You can be rest about that. Doesn't miss a moment.
Ying Chunlu, ace queen, 13K to call the raise of Guang Wang. He's not going to back down out of the small blind with that hand. He goes a 3-bet with 43,000. Shoved out past the line. Now it's Guang Wang, the original raiser. Doesn't like going to battle with ace 7 off. Hai Pan has a better case to pony up to 26K. No, sir. Strong poker there from Ying Jun Lu. Guang Wang still on top. WPT Korea 2024 Championship Event Day 2. We are down now to 155 poker players. The reporting is obviously coming in batches. Either that or they're really all getting eliminated at the same time. Just 21 more busts and everybody's in the money.
Yeah, absolutely, Bob. Only 20 players away from the money. However, those stacks getting shorter, those blinds getting more expensive. So it's time for some of these players to put the pedal to the metal, as they would say in Fast and Furious, and get some momentum going here. Ping Cheng, Ching Wang, Jian Bo Zhang, all some of those players that I just mentioned. Guang Wang, 100 big blinds up, feeling pretty good. Somebody wake this gentleman up. He seems very, very tired. However, he is that good, Bob, that he doesn't need to see the cards. He can play in his sleep, and he's probably still better than both of us put together. Alrighty, all in for Ching Wang. 97 big blinds. Oh, decision time here for Ping Ching versus the other short stack at the table. And this is a tough decision, and he's going to take the spot. Ace Jack versus the Ace 10. And just like that, action flop. Ace and a 10. Ping Chen looking good. Wang needing a jack on the river. And unfortunately for him, not able to find that. Ping Cheng, full double up courtesy of Wang. Wang down to one big blind. And Ping Cheng, miracle received, for which he's been praying. And that small blind, ace 10 suited, proving to be good in this situation. And Ching Wang forced all in here in the big blind. Quite a nice hand to run it with. Guangzhou will seize the opportunity here. 16k is the bet. Nice min open. But Yin Cheng Ren with a real hand and a real stack. A little bit of action here. Ping Cheng's 3-bet. We'll get the folds. But maybe not from Yu Cheng Ren. But yeah, Yu Cheng Ren laying that one down. Domination situation for Ching Wang. Of course, only one big blind. Could this just be the start of a story? Jack 9-5. Needs more help than that. Ching Wang. GG, sir, ma'am. Very, very good game from you. Excuse me.
$154 players left now. Guangzhou, the best player on the table, but not with the best hand. Octopi, the snowman for Ri Chengren, and he raises with it. Wang Wang with a very weak ace, but a big stack. Just looked him up. It's a 3-bet. Jack 7. Yi Cheng Ren now with the 2 pairs. He checks Guang Wang. Can he take a stab? There's the bet. 26,000. It's a very big pot already. Yi Cheng Ren. He doesn't believe that Guang Wang has hit. King of diamonds on the turn. 2 diamonds now on the board. Yi Cheng Ren checks. That's a card that'll slow him down. Option for Guang Wang. with the later position in the hand, he spits out 56,000. This is getting to be a serious pot here. Can Yi Cheng Ren proceed? Surely he can even put his opponent on with a jack or a king or even king jack. And he's done with the hand. And 90,000 to Guang Wang. Jian Baozong now the lowest stack, down to just 12 big blinds. You're watching WPT Korea Championship event, day 2.
Real fun so far. A lot of players already eliminated. A lot of players close to the money and everything to play for. We do have that min cash, 4.5 million Korean won, waiting everybody who makes it into the top 134 players. It's right around 3.3 USD. And that a good ROI on their initial 2,000 players.
1,346 or thereabouts. Exchange rate between dollar to Korean won. Kwanzhou has a hand. Out of the small blind. Ace queen off.
Playable hand for sure, Bob, especially in the small blind versus the button. So we'll increase the price here, I do imagine.
Big 3 bet to 71 grand. Who wants to duke it out with this guy?
Pretty standard, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, Bob. 4x, a little bit bigger, out of position. Don't really want to be called here. Will be very, very strong hands only.
Guangzhou has picked this spot and has picked up some chips. More than 30,000 in chips. He's up to 3rd in our chip count. Ying Jun Lu. Putrid 9-2 suited. King Jack for Yu Cheng Ren. He's tight. Does Ping Cheng want to go set hunting? Not with that hand. Guangzhou, playable again. Jack 10-0. Fires out a bet. Raised to 16. Just 2 big blinds. Chong Fong with the suited King 8. Here we go. Ace, Ace, Jack. And Guangzhou is gold here. He will bet. One just has to think, what is the sizing? No, he checks 5 on the turn. Check, check again. Passively played hand. 6 on the river. Chong Fong drawing dead. Wanzhou with the chips. $25,000 from Guangzhou. Is Chong Fong gonna believe
Chong
him?
Fong, with only a bluff catcher though, so one would think he has to just lay this down, despite how juicy it may seem.
Six from Yu Chen Reng. The worst position.
Yeah, probably just have to let this one go, Bob.
Yu Chen Reng raises. Is it just me, Rich, or is that looming bubble really tightening things up here?
Maybe, I think these players all wanting to have played 2 days of poker for nothing.
Jack, 9, 4, 2 spades. Neither of them are holding a spade. Inside straight draw for Chong Fong, but he's still behind the sixes of Yu Chen Ren. And he's not going to chase. Chen Baozhong, the big small stack here with just the 10 big blinds. Hand number 22 of this session. Ace Queen for Guang Wang. Early position though. Let's see how he plays it. Raised to 18,000. High pan. He's got something. Ace 10, but he folds. Chong Fong from the button. He'll come along. And he
King 7
calls.
suited.
De-
Yeah, playing very
defends the
well
big
post
blind.
flop, Bob. Remember that. Our suited kings play so well post flop, especially when it's a king high flop. And there we go. King 8 deuce. Exactly what I was talking about. However, please note Chong Fong out kickering Yi Cheng Ren at this point in time, so we will see a stab here, I'm sure.
The bet of 40,000. Can Yi Cheng Ran correctly know he's outkicked? Yes, he can. Wang Wang. Wang Wang folds. Chong Wang picking up a handy 48 grand. There's the pre-flop raise. Guang Wang has been the most active on the PFR stats. It's really tense out there. There's so much at stake.
Yeah, not much talking going on here at this feature. We saw the previous feature table a lot more talkative. The blinds here 4K and 8K with that 8K ante, so everybody focused on just trying to do their best and make sure they focus on every hand. Remember, in poker, it's all about winning those flips.
Every tournament winner has his share of one coin flips. You just gotta roll the dice. Ying Jun Lu grabs. He's gonna dive in. And there's a strong bet from Yi Cheng Ren from the small blind. A re-raise. Ping Cheng folds and Ying Jun Lu, I think he's been sussed out here by Yi Cheng Ren. It's a coin flip with Yi Cheng Ren's overcards. If Ying Jun Lu is so inclined to come along. Here we go. 100. Oh, he's 3-bet on top of it. No, he's called. Ying Jun Lu is called. 124K. 552. It's the kind of flop where anybody who bets first might pick it off.
Absolutely. The 3-bet, though, pre-flop, one would think Yin Cheng Ren just carries on telling the story.
There's the next chapter of that story. 48K bet. Little more than a third of the pot. Ying Jun Lu, can he proceed here?
I don't think so, Bob. Kind of just
Wow,
been
he's
wow.
he's smooth called. He's got the better hand. He must have a sick read on Yi Cheng Ren here.
Yeah, very, very good call.
Eight of hearts. Eight of hearts. Yi Cheng Ren must be feeling sick to his stomach right now. What have I gotten myself into? And Ying Chun Lu might be saying the same thing. He fires the second bullet. It's a bet of 125,000. Ying Chun Lu. Can he continue? Time card is out. How much more time does he get with that, Rich?
Depends. We'll have to check the shot clock, but generally 30 seconds. 15
And
to 30 seconds.
he tosses it away. That's some good poker there, Rich. That was good poker.
Yeah, absolutely. These gentlemen not giving away even the slightest of edge at this feature.
Somebody get Mr. Kwan an energy drink, please. Change dealer. Let's see if this dealer's going to bring somebody better luck.
Oh, jacket's come off now. He's starting to look a lot more awake and a lot more switched on. And that could prove to be big trouble here. Blinds just increased as well, 5k, 10k, with that 10k ante. So the price of poker increasing. Those stacks getting shorter. Time to tango, gentlemen.
You know what else is gone? Another 10 players. Moved down to 145. Just
Nine
about
away
10.
from the
Yeah,
money.
9 away. 9 away, yeah. And players clinging on for dear life. At a certain point, Rich, you go hand for hand on every table, I believe, in that situation.
Yeah, definitely. So on the bubble, we will do hand for hand to determine who is the most dreaded bubble boy.
So that's 104. So that's about 14, 15 tables of hand for hand. Huh? That's some major coordination for that.
Luckily, we have a very professional team running the show behind the scenes, led by the wonderful Gab. So shout out to them for keeping this thing on track.
The amazing Gabriel Ruiz Bredo. Meanwhile, Guang Guang has an open-ended straight draw, and he's bet and has been called. Turn card is an 8. Ping Cheng has picked up top pair bad kicker. Eight outs for Guang Wang. Ping Cheng. Guang Wang has led out, and Ping Cheng is going to flat call it. Guang Wang needs aces or sixes, and he gets a 9 instead and is drawing dead.
Guang Wang has to bet to win. So let's see if he's got the guts.
He certainly has the stack. He just checked. Ping Chen increases his stack by 56,000. And he needed that. Jian Baozhong, he's been so quiet in this table and pondering a very limited future just with those 8 big blinds.
Quan Zhou now. First to act here, 730k behind, 73 bigs. Not putting his cards in that RFID, so keeping us. Oh, ace 7 suited. Nice time for a suited ace.
Jian Baozhou, Zhong rather, in a world of hurt. Chong Fong King Jack off. Seeing there how conservative they have become. There has been a raise to 21,000. Guang Wang folds, and so does Hai Pan. Guangzhou thrilled to pick up the blinds and ante.
$140 left now. 6 away from the money. All to play for that min cash, 3,000 USD, 4.5 million Korean won. Buying 2.8 million Korean won. So a nice little return on your investment there. Everybody wanting to hit that money zone and not be the dreaded bubble boy. 6 left.
We're not quite hand to hand yet. We will be very soon, and things will probably slow down just a bit. Bing Cheng, ace, queen, decent position.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come in for the 3 bet here. versus Yingjun's early open.
3-bet,
50,
56K.
56K is correct. Short stacked, so can't go for the traditional sizing. Has to just size down a little bit.
Ying Junlu. 9-7. Worst position, and he just can't call. Are we going to see any action?
Everybody needing a dinner break, I think, Bob. Ooh, Guangzhou now. Blind be blind. Just shoving it in there. The
Bao
short
Zhang has
stack.
gone all in.
Jian has gone all in is correct.
Jian Bao likes this. Big favorite. 2 hearts. And King Queen out for Jian Bao Zhang. River is a 6 of clubs, and it's a huge boost. A puff of wind in the sails of Jian Bao Zhang. Was Guangzhou trying to eliminate him there? What do you think the thinking was on that shove?
Blind v blind. Pretty standard there, Bob. Short stack. Zhang
Mhm.
Baozhong. Only 7 big blinds. Always going to be a shove.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Did Guangzhou call or did Guangzhou shove? I thought Guangzhou shoved. Or he put him all in.
No, he put him all in. Blind v blind. Small
He
blind.
put
Put
him.
big blind all in. Big blind only
Okay.
had 7 big blinds.
In other words, it wasn't much of a. It wasn't going to do too much damage to Guangzhou's stack, in a sense.
In the sense, no.
He could afford it. If it was a bigger staff, he wouldn't have thought of tangling with him that way. New lease on life now for the short stack.
I mean, I think any blind v blind situation was stacking off 15 big blinds.
Guangzhou with something here. He's got great position. Gonna re-raise. $59K. Tianbao Zhang folds. Zhongfeng surely is not gonna call. High pan with a decision to make. I think this is a very tough call for him. But not too tough. Queen 10 2. No help really for high pan.
Yeah, both players here picking up middle pair. Guangzhou outgame, but now Haipan picking up open ender here. So depending on what the dealer deals out on the river, could get a little bit spicy.
Guangzhou wants to fade a king, fade an 8. A jack is also not good for him. A jack of clubs. It's a 6 of clubs. High pan will not win on showdown. He checks. Option for Guangzhou. Sues for time.
Yeah, does Guangzhou know he has this hand and go for value? Or how does he decide to play this one?
That queen is looming large in his thoughts. There is texture here as well. Come betting. Pot 143,000. Crying call from High Pan. Guangzhou will be relieved. And his stack rose by 139 grand. Aggression
We haven't got
frequency
an update.
0% from Guangzhou. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just about to say. We don't have an update for there. I'm sure that's not correct. Must have been playing some sort of hands here, Bob.
Yi Cheng Ren. Gonna get things started here. I think he will not likely be interested. Things are just tightening up so much right now in this juncture. I guess after the bubble, things will loosen up a little bit, maybe. But when everybody's in the money, is anybody going to wake up with something interesting? So needs coffee. Instead, he's going for a bit of fruit juice there. Looks like some freshly squeezed orange. King Jack from pan. He raises. Guangzhou says goodbye. It's a high pan was raised. And high pan takes it down. Blinds and antes. Guangzhou has moved up to second in our chip count. Jian Baozhong has made a fine comeback from chip in a chair territory. King Queen from Guangzhou.
Good enough to open it here from the hijack. Chong Fong, 3 bettable hand on the button. So we could see a little bit of action here.
Yi Cheng Ren woken up with ace queen from the big blind, and certainly he will defend. It's a smooth call. 57K in the middle. Queen 8-7. Two on the turn. Yi Cheng Ren still looking good here. Big bet by Guangzhou. We're going to see a river. 213 grand this pot. 4 clubs. Yi Cheng Reng has top pair, good kicker. Now he's going to fire another bet. Can he get Yi Cheng Reng to give up on the better hand?
No, I don't think so. I think Guangzhou might be in a lot of trouble here.
$135 calls it and take out almost 200,000 additional chips. Big hand.
For Ying Ren, Guangwan 108k. Guangzhou after that one left with 56 big blinds behind. So good matchup here at this feature between all of these players.
$138 left, so just a few more bust outs to go, and everybody's in the money.
That's correct, Bob. 4 off the money.
Yi Zunye, the new player.
Everybody very tight here around the money. We'll see a lot of marginal folds. Reluctant call there, Jian Baozhong, 10-9 suited in the hijack. And Ping Cheng, living the American dream.
This looks like a hand he's going to re-raise big time with. He just smooth calls. What is that, Rich?
Yeah, I don't know if I like that so much.
All clubs. There's a king on the board. Ping Cheng has nut flush draw. And he's got top pairs. But Jian Bao Zhong already has the flush. Another
Ping
club
Cheng,
here would
however,
doom Jian Bao Zhong.
the Ping Cheng obviously holding the draw to the nuts on this board. But right now, Jean Bao in front, out ahead, and certainly now Guangzhou gets out the way, but Ping Chen first to act. We might just see an all-in over here. And as
there
a
will be
matter
a
of fact,
snap
there
call,
is
no
only
doubt.
one. Yep.
Drama here on near the bubble. Jian Bao Zhong, a real candidate for the bubble right now. Ping Cheng calls. Guangzhou is out. Almost 200. King of Hearts. 3 of a kind now for Ping Chen. That's given him more outs, hasn't it, Rich?
Giving him more outs, but also giving him more out to hang himself. Double-edged sword here for sure, Bob. The moment's still very much behind. And there it is, all
Jan
in,
Baozhong has
probably
gone
snap
all in.
call.
Yeah.
Yep, snap call.
Any club and Ping Cheng wins. Any king, any ace. Jack. And Jan Baozhong has picked up 202,000 in chips. His king high flush will prevail. What a great hand. He's leapfrogged two other players. He's now up to 35 big blinds. Wow. This is a big Lazarus situation here. And look at that field graphic, Rich. Only two to go.
2 to go is right, Bob. We are only 2 away from that mint cash. Everybody wanting to be that proverbial bubble boy. So I can tell you there will be quite light playing going on over here.
Yizune, the new player. He's got a decent stack. These guys are just pretty much trying to hang around and not do anything outrageously stupid. I think that's the plan.
Absolutely, Bob. You can see them all glancing over to the tables just to see when everybody starts celebrating and they know then they have reached the safety of the money.
10, 8, 3. There's a straight draw for Ping Cheng, and he has picked it up with that jack on the turn. Guang Guang, surely he cannot proceed here. No, he likes his Wang Wang, it hasn't hit anything, Razzie. Blank on the river. Ping Cheng will take down the pot.
Instant fold there. Guang Wang not hanging around even for a second, just showing us exactly that he has absolutely dust.
Ping Cheng now is the smallest stack. And I guess this delay, Rich, is because of the hand for hand?
Yeah, for sure.
Perhaps, yeah. I guess all of us have been bubbled before. I'm sure you've tasted the bitterness of that.
Oh, yes. I think all of us have. You can see the field still very big with some of those side events as well going on at the moment.
This is the landing casino in Jeju Shinhwa World. Just a wonderful setting for this remarkable gathering of top poker players from around the world. We are hand for hand, which is why there is going to be a delay. Everybody's got to do the next hand at the same time. So I guess, Rich, you can have more than one bubbler, I presume. What's
Yeah,
the most number of
absolutely.
bubblers? What's the most number of bubblers you've seen in a
Well,
big
no,
tournament like this?
somebody busts out before the other player, so they look at the time.
Oh, okay, they look at the time. All right.
If there are two all-ins, they'll pause and wait, and the person who went all in first, that will run, and then the next all-in will run. So that's why they all wait, because they wait for all the hands to be finished.
And that probably draws a crowd from the other tables, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Somewhere out there, there's a guy shoving and hearts in the throats. So usually, if there are 1,065 ins, how many you if you had that many buy? Unless that 1,065 is the unique number of players.
It's the unique countries. It's
Unique number
not
of players.
players.
Okay. Oh, it's buy-ins. Yeah. It's an agonizing wait. And it's more agonizing for the short stacks. Do you remember the best hand that you bubbled with?
I can't say I remember the details, Bob. I try not to focus on negative events like that. What about you? You seem to have
I
a bad beat story.
no, I can't. I can't actually. I think you've joined a lot more tournaments than I have. But there must be people out there who have had aces cracked and they bubbled, or have
I'm sure.
had queen high flushes that got beaten by king high flushes to bubble. We're a few minutes away from a collective sigh of relief as this is how it's going to look like tomorrow for day 3, 12:30 GMT plus 9. You can catch our presentation on the WPT Korea YouTube and Facebook. Well, we got cards of the air, Rich.
One
Looks like there's
off
just
the
one left.
money, Bob.
Yeah. Chong Fong with ace king. He's going to play it cautiously, one thinks. No, we got a pair of ace kings on this table. Ping Cheng only with 20 big blinds, so he's definitely not going to go wild with this suited ace king. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 spot here, Bob. For all of these players, obviously on the bubble, you got to play super cautious.
Ace 6-4. No surprise that Yuzhen checks. $105,000 in the pot. Chong Fong will bet. Ping Chen cannot walk away from this. Surely he cannot. He's going all in. What a gutsy move.
All in on the bubble here, Bob. Never an easy place to be. Cheng Fong can't get away from this one, surely.
Chong Fong, the last thing he wants to do is put his tournament life at stake. I believe who covers who here? I can't see the
And there he
stack of
makes the call. Cheng Fong covers Ping Cheng.
covers
So
Ping
even if
Cheng.
he does lose
Okay.
this one, he will still be alive, which I think is an important factor. And there we go, Cheng Fong making that call.
And this is the crowd we were talking about. Everybody sticking around, but in all likelihood, I think this is a chop. They're going to take the money from the pocket 7. Runner clubs would be awesome for Ping Cheng. That's why he's got this slightest of leads. And he's got a club, a 10 of clubs. Oh, goodness. Chong Fong's sick to his stomach, but it's a diamond, and they split, and Chong Fong can breathe normally again. What a turn card, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely action-packed. Yin Cheng Ren, 83 big blinds now. Top stack here. Ping Cheng, 2 bigs. Needs a little bit of magic, one would think.
back to regular programming. On to our next hand. We're bubblicious here at the WPT Korea Championship event, day 2. No surprise in this flurry of folds. Raise from Kwanzhou. And he picks up the micro pot. Kwanzhou 80% going to showdown. High pan 100%. Now that's interesting. And we wait
Alrighty, and we
for
will
this hand to
wait.
finish.
Oh, yes, my thoughts exactly, Bob.
Why are we waiting, slowly dehydrating, as the song goes?
Thank you for reminding me. I'll have a sip of my water. I really do like those WPT Korea hoodies. You can see white with the red and the blue stripes.
Yeah, imagine buying them and then every time you play a home game, you wear it just to intimidate people, Walk into a poker room. People will fold to you about 25% more, maybe, with that hoodie. As long as the logo
I
is
think so.
prominent, about 25, 23%. I'm just guessing. I have no evidence. I don't know what I'm talking about.
83.7% of all facts are made up on the spot.
Yeah, 83, 84. So there will be one unfortunate player who is going to be banished to the rails of this championship event, and his identity will be known likely sooner than later. So only 134 out of 165 buy-ins. Boy, you really got to believe in yourself to pony up the 2,000 US dollar equivalent to join this person. But I guess if you're going to be a pro, a proper, poker player, self-confidence, self-belief is a prerequisite.
Absolutely, Bob.
and
You got to believe
I
yourself.
guess a bankroll also would be nice. Yes, some people have more of one than the other. I'm sure. I'm sure you've experienced that before.
Oh, yes.
This front left table has a bunch of people looking over players' shoulders. Looks like there's a turn card, and we're waiting for one more river. I can see that disc. They're signaling that there's an all in. There was just another bet there, I think. All the paparazzi.
Everybody wanting to see the bust out hand. Nobody wanting to be the bust out hand.
Okay, maybe that wasn't an all in yet. That hand is done, and I don't think anybody's busted out. So the cards are going back in the air here for this next hand in our featured table. Hand number 35 of this session. Ping Cheng with the nines in hijack. Trouble hand on the bubble, isn't it, Rich? Middle
Yeah.
pockets. But the great thing, everybody's as scared as you are, or some people are even more scared. Depends on stack sizes.
Very, very true, Bob. And that's why you kind of have to go for these spots.
Guangzhou's going to call from the big blind. Queen 7-2 Rainbow. Guangzhou hits this flop hard.
Yeah, Guangzhou hits the turd even
Check,
harder,
check.
improving to 2 pair now.
Ping Cheng. They're controlling the size of this pot, aren't they? Both of them. It's almost like they've agreed to control the size of this pot. 4 of diamonds on the river. Big bet by Quan. Take it down, Mr. Quan. Ping Cheng, a bubble candidate, only 16 big blinds. As we await the completion of the other table. And there's a crowd there in that middle table.
Yeah, definitely some action there, Bob. Let's see if this is oh boy. Trying to see if I can see anywhere. You managed to spot him at all?
I can't see what's going on. Is somebody gonna stand up? Chipless and
In fact,
forlorn.
I think Espen is at that table next to the middle one. And that looks like Steve O'Dwyer in the white hoodie, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, there we
Well,
go. We have some side table action. Aces versus the tens. Big one here.
we don't know who covers who. No help to the tens. No draws. Just the runner. No draws for the tens either that I can see. So only a 10 will do. That's not a 10. And if this isn't a 10, the pocket tens are toast. It's not. The aces see it through, and can that be confirmed as the bubble? We're gonna have to wait for official word.
Looks like it, Bob. 134 players. That means everybody, congratulations. You have reached the money. Well done to everybody.
Yeah, big hand of applause. Everybody's thrilled. Well, it could be another all in here. We could be down to 133. Looks like the pair king is going to win that hand. High drama. So, still waiting for word on whether we're carrying on or, yeah, we are going to have some cards in the air. Congratulations, folks. You're all going to have a nice little bump in your bank accounts. I guess we're going to go back to some regular regression now.
Let's see how they decide to proceed over here, Bob. Having just made the money, maybe some of that pressure is off.
So the first post-bubble hand is in the books. Ping Cheng still close to being on the respirator at 16 bigs. Wang Wang releases the unsightly 7-2 offsuit. Jan Baozong was down, if I'm not mistaken, to just one big blind. He's stormed back. He's up to 32 bigs now. And he raises and takes down the pot. Cheng Ren now our chip leader. Closely bunched there at the top 5. And we're down
Yeah, not much in it there,
133
Bob.
now. Yeah. So we have a guy who's in the money who's already busted out. Ping Chen with the ace 10. And the raise. Chan Biao Zong. He's got position. He's got the button, and he has ace queen O. Does he flat or repop? He 3-bets the 65,000. Oh, he's really giving this one a big think. And he decides in the end that out of position, fold is the best play, especially with his dwindling resources. WPT Korea Championship event, day 2, Bob Guerrero and the dashing Rich Cooper describing the action for you today live.
That's it, Bob. All eyes on this feature table here at the day 2 main event. Everybody in the money now. Everybody locked up that min cash. 4.5 million Korean won. Cool, 3.3 thousand USD.
That'll take care of some of the expenses. Jeju pocket sixes.
Hi, Pan. We'll see this flop here with the suited ace. Chong Fong using that button, not giving it up. He suited 10-9 for him. Good enough to make the 22K call.
Three-handed. King 10-5. Hai Pan and Chong Fong have hit Hai Pan in the lead with his ace. Chong Fong. Board pairs king. Hai Pan a massive lead. Just 3 outs and actually only 1 remaining. Only the 10 can help Chong Fong now. The 10 of clubs. A king would be a chop, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yes.
90,000 to call.
So would be a 10.
Yeah, just a chop. Hai Pan. He must be considering the Chong Fong as a king. Only one way to find out. Six of diamonds on the river. Check, check, and Hai Pan banks a pretty useful 219,000 in chips. Ace plays. They both had 2 pairs, but the ace kicker wins the day. WPT Korea Championship event, day 2. Taipan with Jack 10-0. No thanks. Raise to 25K. Out of the small blind. Yi Cheng Ren getting here. 7-6. We have an all-in from Ping Cheng with ace-3, and Yi Cheng Ren is not going to tangle. The field has been whittled down to just 129. High pan with the 9s. The raise is up to 21. Here's a look at our schedule. 12:30 GMT plus 9 tomorrow. Jian Baozong looks down at ace queen and has raised to 56. We apologize for any issues we might be having. Hai Pang is gonna call the repop from Jian Baozong. Coin flip. Jack 8-7. No help for ace queen. High pan checks. Janbo's going to try to get some information here with this bet of 40,000. calls it. Pot up more than 200,000 now, and there's an ace on the turn. It's also a third club, so there's something for everyone. Han has a flush draw. Jan Bao Zong has a made hand. High pan checks. Some drama here. Looks like there may have been, it looks like there's been a raise. Indeed, yeah, there it is. Not clear to me what exactly is happening in this. But Jan Baozhang drops his ace, folds the better hand. Perhaps the high pan. There's your chip count. Tightly packed, Mr. Guangzhou. As he's looked all afternoon, looks like he's ready to hit the sack.
High pun, Queen Jack go. Under the gun here. Got the stack, but deciding tide is right in this one.
Ying Junlu, the company man with the official WPT merchandise cap. That's good for a few lucky breaks here and there. A few one coin flips more than usual, you would think. And he takes down the chips. Top three, very tightly packed. I'm looking at Guangzhou right now. He's a dead ringer for former Filipino basketball player named Patrimonio, very famous. They look separated at birth, I'm telling you. Like a long lost brother. Check if Pat plays poker. Who knows? Yi Chengren, pocket queens. Repop. High pan is going to call with Queen Jack offsuit. Queen, 10, 4, Wow, all the queens are out. We're going to see some carnage, I think, here. Yi Cheng Ren has hit the set. Hai Pan has hit top pair. Two clubs on the board. A club on the turn is going to make things very interesting. Bet of 30,000 from Yi Cheng Ren. Hai Pan calls. Turn card is an 8 of hearts. It's no help to Hai Pan. And he's just down to 2 nines in that deck. That could give him a straight. Yi Chen's 3 of a kind is ruling it right now. $85,000. Nervous moments for Hai Pan, and he calls. Pot is almost up to 300,000. Ten of hearts. No help for Hai Pan. And he must check. Can Yi Cheng Ren extract some more cash here? $250K. Huge bet. 3/4 size of the pot. Does Hai Pan believe in his top pair enough to call? No is the answer. Or no, sorry, that's the time card. He calls. He's not going to like
There it
this.
is. Wow, Bob. And just like that, we have a new chip leader. 1.1 million, a brand new millionaire at this table in Cheng Ren. Big pot, big swing of momentum there. Wow.
Hai Pan thought that surely it can't be a set of queens, but it was. Yi Cheng Ren, look at that. Ping Cheng and Chong Fong now are the bottom feeders in this table. Still just down 29 players, so we haven't seen any other players go down. Chong Fong tens from early position. Hai Pang again with a playable hand, but he's been scarred.
Absolutely scarred there. And now 404k, all that he finds himself with. So it's time to put that scarring behind himself and get going here. Looks like the players are getting ready to take a break.
King to deuce deuce. Check check. Turn is a 4. 2 clubs now. Chong Fong with a bet here could very well take down this pot. And Hai Pan folds. Chong Fong picking up 50k. Some great action we've seen today here at WPT Korea Championship event.